waiting. So I hope that we continue that conversation and that we have a really nice chat here today. We are here today to talk about the future of transportation. As you know, logistics and transport are responsible of around 20% of global emissions. So others would say that we have a weakness. I prefer to see the way that we have an opportunity and a challenge. So that's what we are going to cover here today with this local and public administration and also private entities. As you know, the administrations are nowadays pushing towards sustainability, but we have also to bear in mind that the companies have to be profitable. So we have to fill that gap. And here today, we are going to answer if this gap is going to be filled with innovation, with collaboration, new public systems, vehicles. So I'm not going to be the one answering that question. It's going to be you. So for sure that we will come up with very good ideas. Just in case you are wondering who is this guy giving this speech, I'm going to briefly introduce myself. I'm Santiago Vesga. I'm the head of projects at CITED. CITED is a cluster in logistics and transport. By the way, cluster sounds much better in English, sounds crazily well, cluster, sounds marvelous. A cluster, for those that you don't know, is an organization that gather those entities around an activity or a sector that are willing and eager to innovate. So that way we gather those companies around logistics and transport that are gathered and eager to innovate. And basically what we do is we foster and promote that innovation within our sector by leading projects, by organizing events like this, by organizing initiatives and so on. So now that you know me, I'm gonna ask the experts that are accompanying me today to briefly introduce yourself in 1 minute, because we are lacking time. So in 1 minute, who you are, what do you do?
Frans Jorna, City of Apeldoorn, mid-sized city in the Netherlands, and board member of the Dutch Metropolitan Innovations ecosystem. 40 cities, 3 national ministries, and now over 100 companies driving sustainable mobility and sustainable urbanization. And our focus is on getting innovation scalable instead of going at it on our own.
Thank you. Pablo?
My name is Pablo Escudero. I'm the director, the economic and financial director of Metro de Madrid, and we are now pushing a new initiative to use the underground to deliver packages within the city, not only the city of Madrid, but the main cities in the region, just to avoid using vans on the streets and to help the logistic market to be able to deliver all these packages within the cities without making emissions and without making congestions in the city.
Great. I was going to take a microphone, but I have one. Hopefully you can hear me. Great. Yeah. Perfect. Damien Kisley, Head of Infrastructure for Europe and Middle East at Skyports. Great to be here. Briefly, Skyports is an aviation company, but we're exclusively focused on electric aviation. That is drones and air taxis, eVTOL aircraft, which are small, effectively electric helicopters that will be launching in the next 2 to 3 years. Based in London, but very much global company. We're about 120 people. ACS, Group ACS is one of our shareholders, so feel free to come by to see one of our drones. Yeah, I'm excited to discuss what is in for the future of mobility, both in aviation but also on the ground.
Hola, muy buenos días, Andy Fuchs. I'm working for the Toyota Mobility Foundation. And so don't worry, I don't sell you any cars or anything, because we are the non-profit arm of Toyota. And my job is basically to help regions, cities, startups to look for a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient mobility. And for that, we have developed tools from energy planning for regions to regional apps that change behavior. And this is what we do currently with the city of Venice, for example, here in Europe, how we're nudging behavior that citizens are using more sustainable mobility. So I'm looking forward for the discussion today.
Buenos dias. My name is Michael Piggies. I'm a Chief Information Officer for Aurora, Illinois. That's in the United States. It's the second largest city in the state of Illinois outside of Chicago. I'm looking to see, talking about solutions in terms of transportation, but how we bring all those solutions together for our community to have like a one-stop shop in terms of all smart mobility solutions. So I'm coming in here as a user to see what options are available and taking a different perspective.
Thank you, Michael. So you almost killed my next question because, of course, we are here to talk about the future, but to talk about the future, we have to talk about the present. So my first question is, what are you doing now? Which projects are you now involved? And with which technologies you are having the greatest impact now? So if you want to start, Michael, that way.
Right, absolutely. Let me start with the issue. I think that's where, because I'm more outcome-based. It's a socio-economic issue we have in the city of Aurora. Our population is a little over 200,000, probably the second largest economy in the state of Illinois outside of Chicago. We have 6 school districts, we have many universities, we have outlet malls, we have metro stations that come from Chicago too, and we have more entrance and exits in the city of Aurora than any other city in the state of Illinois. We have a very booming, I'm going to say, arts and entertainment district as well, and we have an outlet mall that attracts 8 million affluent visitors per year coming to the city of Aurora just to shop, and most of those are Chinese visitors just looking to do retail commerce. What we're trying to see is what type of ecosystem and also kind of changing behaviors, because in the United States, everybody wants to drive. We're lazy, we don't walk anywhere. Right? So we're trying to basically look to see how we can take that ecosystem and connect everything in a one-stop shop, whether it's bus, whether it's train, whether it's metro, whether it's rail, whether it's the last mile transportation, whether electric vehicles, and bring that all under one app, but also to try to change behaviors and incentivize our community to come together.
Thank you. That way, if you want to answer as well, what are you doing now to solve the problem that Michael tell us, and for sure is in many cities?
Well, as a foundation, and it might sound very crazy that the car guy is talking about that, saying we need more public transport. Because just switching from combustion engine to electric in whatever form, with batteries, fuel cell, whatever the future will bring, will not solve the problem. Then we just stand in an electric traffic jam, but it doesn't help us. So we have to come up with new solutions. And just taking this thought, the energy transition is helping us tremendously. And we're here in Spain, a country that is blessed with nature. You have sun, you have wind, you have primed to go the renewable pathway. And this offers new business opportunities to produce your fuel you need locally. That offers opportunities on the mobility side as well to address the energy need for transport. And we are helping regions A, in Germany already 25, we're working with Poland, Estonia, to plan how this future could look like, and then developing apps and solutions that help consumers to make a choice. And just coming here this morning, looking in every car, there was 90% the cars with one passenger. This is something which is just not supportable for the future. So we have to change that. And the biggest what we do, I mentioned it already, we have a global challenge. So we're working with the city of Detroit to decarbonize transport at the Eastern market. We're working with the city of Varanasi to address 70 million visitors per year. So if you have 8 million, I don't know how 70 million is just unimaginable for us. And with the city of Venice, who invested over the last years in 180 kilometer bike lanes, how to convince citizens to leave once in a while maybe their car and go for more sustainable transport. So it's a wide range of areas we're supporting, and we are de-risking because we know cities and regions, it's tough to get money, and we are financing that transition.
Great. So I think it's a nice segue into what Skyports is doing. We're trying to develop new ways of mobility that use the airspace above our heads. As you know, cities around the globe are congested, and it's very difficult to build completely new, or even upgrade existing ground transportation or underground transportation systems. It's very hard to build new railways. It's very hard and expensive to build new roads, and it's impossible to build yourself out of the problem of congestion. So what we're proposing is to use the airspace. We are an infrastructure company, so we're working together with cities and governments to develop infrastructure for electric aviation, and are working with a number of manufacturers of this novel type of aircraft called eVTOL, electric vertical takeoff and landing. It's a mouthful, but it is a term that you will start seeing around more and more. And there's about a dozen companies in the world developing these aircraft. Toyota, not Toyota Foundation, but Toyota Group has invested over close to $900 million into one of them, Joby Aviation, which is one of our main partners. But there's a number of others, primarily in the US, but also in Europe. And so our goal is to launch electric air taxi services by 2026 in Dubai, and then scale it to other cities based on the learnings that we develop there. The way it's going to look is similar to what you have, how you book an Uber, but instead of just ground options, i.e. car options, there will be an option to take an electric helicopter. It will start small. It will be sort of point to point, usually serving the airport, city center, but over time we're hoping to scale that and offer an alternative. We're not going to replace metro, we're not going to replace roads, we're not going to launch thousands and thousands of aircraft, but it will offer an option to travel from A to B, skipping traffic if you need to, or if you wish to. So that's what we're focused on in the mobility space.
Thank you, Damian.
Well, now in Metro de Madrid, we think that we can contribute to that issue. The issue is not only the emissions in the cities, but the congestion, as we told before. Now we are involved in an initiative to use metro trains to transport packages just into the cities from the outskirts, where we have the deposits of the trains, and just taking advantage of what we have. We have a very wide network that we go everywhere in the region of Madrid. We have 300 stations spread all over the region, very close each other. So we are able, that's what we are doing in a trial several weeks ago. We proved that we are able to transport these packages from the outskirts of the city, just right inside the cities, and use another network of micro hubs spread all over the stations of Madrid metro stations, just to be able to deliver all these packages using pedestrians, cargo bikes, or another way of delivering packages without using cars. Because as we told before, if we just swap a combustion car to an electric one, the congestion will be the same. And we are thinking as well, talking with the logistics sector, that another way we can improve the way of life in Madrid is to offer more than 250 stations just to deliver the packages out of home, to use lockers, intelligent lockers, and to avoid being delivered every single house. So maybe this in-home delivery will be a premium service, and people will be more used to take the packages out of home. They'll have 250 shops open 19 hours a day, 365 days a year. So you can collect yourself, you can collect all these packages, not only if you travel by metro, but if you live in the surroundings of this station, because you can go down, you don't need to go into the station to collect your packages, and these packages will be delivered by a train, which is an electric vehicle, just underground, below the streets. We don't collapse the street, and we think that we can contribute. Just, it won't be the best solution, or it won't be the only solution, but we are able to contribute to reduce these congestions in the cities of Madrid, and to reduce emissions in the city.
Yeah. Well, I mean, looking at my American colleague, we're at the same end where it gets to the problems as well as the solutions. So, City of Apeldoorn is equal size, 200,000 people, and we are right now in the middle of an overhaul of our entire city infrastructure. City originated about 150 years ago and cannot function any longer. Huge traffic jams. So what we're doing is everything to improve the modal shift, which means turning our city center into a park, taking out the streets, redeveloping our central station into a multimodal hub, developing a huge network of inner city logistical hubs to prevent last mile small cars getting into the city center, and developing a data platform that can inform citizens and visitors about how to best, most expedient, but also most sustainably get to your location. We cannot do that on our own. Dutch mid-sized cities all face the same problem. The big elephant in the room is energy transition. If we are using energy at the speed at which we are using it now, we'll have power blackouts in our cities in 2 years' time. I mean, report that came out 2 days ago. So managing the energy transition, balancing energy, getting citizens and companies to, they already stepped into sustainable energy, wind and solar, but now to share it, to share mobility, lowering the number of cars per household from 1.2, what we have now, to 0.6 in 7 years, and in the end 0.3 in 15 years' time, taking out the cars out of our cities. Only in that way can Dutch cities grow with the speed which they are prognosed to grow.
Very, very insightful. To be honest, the way we see it in the cluster is that, as you said, you have to match the problem with the right solution, because sometimes there are many solutions that could be useful, but as Andy said, for example, if you're gonna get rid of the cars, maybe electrification is not the answer. As well with drones, for sure they are useful, but you have to find for what, because I don't see the way transporting furniture by drones. So we have to analyze the solutions we got, the problems we got, and how we can match it, right? So my next question is gonna be around from your point of view, which is the next major challenges that the cities or that your institution is gonna face, and how you see you are gonna overcome it?
Yeah.
This way, maybe?
For us, the big challenge is to create one shared, secure data space for all inhabitants and all visitors. My inhabitants have their house in Apeldoorn, but they on a daily basis commute, move to other cities. So going at it on our own is not an issue. So the Dutch mid-sized cities, together with some 120 companies, have developed not just an architecture, but also an approach on the basis of open data and on the basis of components, have a federated system of open urban data platforms that allows sustainable service deliverers to deliver services to our citizens without having to devise each of the necessary conditions every time again and again. Because this is, and that also means that we as cities have to combine our spending power.
Nice, thank you very much. Pablo, how do you see it?
No, well, I mean, for us, as Metro de Madrid, our next challenge is to be able to put on service what we told before, and we think we can contribute to change the way people buy. I mean, as I mentioned before, we have to move from delivery in-home to be able to offer sufficient stations to delivery out of home. That's the way we will eliminate a lot of movements around the city to deliver every single house all these packages, most of them. I'm not meaning the whole amount of packages delivered. And we think that we can use the infrastructure we already have. Not only the infrastructure of metro stations, but the infrastructure of trains.
Yeah.
We are now moving in this trial trains that we move every morning to put them just in the network to start the service at 6 o'clock in the morning. But to be able to do that, we move trains from 5 o'clock in the morning, empty trains, to put them all around the lines. We move 320 trains every morning, but they are empty. So we are using these empty trains to transport these packages to middle stations where we have micro hubs just before 6 o'clock in the morning. And from that hour, all the logistic companies could start to deliver packages. Better to put them in a locker than going into a house at 6 o'clock in the morning. But they can move from the center of the cities to these places to deliver the packages, because we don't use an extra train to move the packages. We use normal trains we have used, and we use spaces we have in the stations, just reallocating some of them to use them as micro hubs within the cities. And I mean, to be in an order of magnitude, in Madrid, in the region of Madrid, we deliver more than 800,000 packages per day. So if we are able to move a small percentage of those by metro, we think that we can contribute to eliminate vans in the center of the cities.
Great, thank you. I'll go slightly higher level. I don't think you care about the challenges of vertical development. But just before I do, I'm European by heart, born in Prague, grew up in London, live in Paris. So I love Europe. But the biggest problem I think that we're having is that Europe's talking a lot but not doing much. And I'm talking about longer term revolutionary technologies. I think there's lots of great evolutionary work that's being done on a local level, government level. Public transport is much better than in the US, in many parts of the world. But that advantage may not sustain a long time. Specifically in our industry, there is, as I said, about 10 companies, aerospace companies that are building a novel type of aircraft. The 3 most funded are in the US, collectively raised about $5 billion. There's 3 in Europe. All 3 are going through administration or will be, are going through financial difficulties. It's not because of lack of talent, it's not because of lack of materials. It's to do with mindset, it's to do with regulation, pushing the boundaries. So I think our biggest problem is that we're afraid to fail. In the US, the ambitions are much higher, and they're not afraid to fail and start again. And I think as a European, it's very difficult to build homegrown technologies that will change not just Europe, but change the world. We might be soon driving Chinese electric cars in Europe because we're not able to keep pace with Chinese manufacturers. US just appointed Elon Musk as their, what is it? Department of Government Efficiency to be set up. You may agree or disagree with it, but that person's skill is to bring radical innovation into whatever he does. And I think that piece of inspiration is something we should adopt. I'm not saying we should be adopting European Elon Musks into governments and creating governments of efficiency, but if you want to, purely on economic and technology level, if you want to keep pace, we need to do something about that in our European way, which are, as a European, often better. But that's our challenge. As an industry that is launching something completely new, it's very hard to do in Europe, and unfortunately we have to be looking at other locations outside of Europe for now.
I would agree with all what was said, but for me, the key challenge is still the energy transition.
Yeah.
Because it's out there. We just have to scale up, and we're lacking also the guts to go just ahead and do it. We're still sticking too much with the old business model, which is not sustainable for the future. And when we talk about sustainability, it's not only the technologies, we have also to work with our society, because governments are voted in for a limited time. So this is one of the big challenges I see next to the technology that is ready to scale up and get out of the boutique shoes. How do we take our citizens with us that are re-elected? And this is where I think we have to change how we communicate as companies. I'm unfortunately one of those who's guilty for it. I'm over 30 years in automotive industry, and for years I taught everyone through advertising, if you have a 6-cylinder, you're more successful than the 4-cylinder, and the 8-cylinder is better than that. And if you look today's advertising, what is car advertising about? The freedom, oh, you drive all these beautiful roads, and the reality is you stand in traffic jams. So if we're not changing this mentality and give citizens a new value, value could be time, value could be incentives that you as cities, as regions give to them to have a new value. Who says a 12-cylinder is the ultimate statement that you made it in life? Is it not maybe other values? But this takes time, and this is where we need to work together, because no one of us can reach that. You're not as cities, because you need the partners that come up with the new technologies that deliver this value, be it with the metro, where you have a benefit, there's less congestion, you don't see all the drivers. I live in Berlin, and sometimes it's just congested because everyone is ordering at home and have 5 delivery vans from UPS and how they all call DHL at the same time blocking all the road, which is also a quality. So I think this shift we have to do together, and no one of us can do it. And this is the invitation to build up these consortiums like you do, to work together and address the needs of our citizens.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to, again, I definitely agree we need to create, say, smart, sustainable, and resilient solutions. I don't think the issue is technology. The technology will always evolve over time. It's not the technology. It's about having different solutions fit for different scenarios, different people. For example, I came in this morning from downtown Madrid. I looked at my Waze, and it said, oh, 15 minutes. I got in the taxi, and it was 50 minutes, right? I'm like, whoa, hold on. This is like 10, 15 miles from where I was at. So we have to remember that right now we're going into the 5th industrial revolution, right? So we're moving from this meta space, and we're moving into an era where we have artificial intelligence and human. It goes back to society and technology. We have to take the data that we have as a city, as a private sector, and try to understand people's behaviors. And this is where the predictive analytics comes in, right? It's like, how can we change the pattern for the traffic here in Madrid? And I was like, whoa, this is ridiculous, right? And it's like, how can you shift that? I think that's the key, trying to understand the different algorithms and patterns and people's behaviors to shift it. It's not a technology problem, it's a people problem.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And once we start to understand humans, our behaviors, and work, you know, when we go on vacation, when we have the commerce, whether it's, by drones, whether it's by trucks, and, we have to try to kind of alter that. And I think once we start to look at that a little bit more, the human psyche, and understand how people actually, are traveling, I think we can solve a lot of these problems.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, guys. No, I was laughing because 50 minutes. You have been lucky. You have been lucky, man. So thank you very much for your answers. I would be hearing you all day long, even being stand-up. So it's been really interesting conversation. We are running out of time, so I just want to thank you, and maybe we got any question by the public. We got just 1 minute left. If there is any question and
Over
someone
there.
want to ask.
And we'll still be here.
Thank you for your explanations. This is a question for Damien from Skyports. You said eVTOLs are coming in 2 to 3 years. That's hopefully happening, especially after Lilium's bad news. My question is about the use cases. So do you foresee any specific use cases for this, or do you foresee any specific use cases that would take advantage of the efficiency of an eVTOL? Or
Yeah, sorry, if I'm understanding correctly, what use cases I'm foreseeing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so good question. Exactly, we're hoping to start 2 to 3 years, starting in Dubai with Joby Aviation, who is the front runner in the eVTOL space. The first use cases will be specifically in Dubai, but you can take that paradigm and apply it to other cities. We'll be connecting the 4 main nodes with the main airport. So we'll be cutting down a typical journey of 50 minutes to about 10 minutes. So factor of 5 time saving. During peak traffic, it can be even higher. So the most typical use case will be distances of sort of 20 to 80 miles, 30 to 200 kilometers, where the existing alternatives are not as efficient. There's no high-speed train. You're typically stuck in a car. And someone said that the average use of a car or taxi is about 1.6 persons. So we're hoping to be able to adopting ride-sharing principles to also fill up the aircraft so that we can take more people out of cars and combine 4 cars into 1 aircraft and move people faster. So I'm sure the beauty of aviation is that the use cases you're thinking about today will change as you launch, because you'll figure out that actually with this type of technology you can fly routes that you've never even thought of. So that's where we're starting. Who knows where we'll be in 10 years.
Okay, nice. So I think we definitely run out of time. So again, thank you very much for your insights, for your words. I hope it's been helpful and very useful for everyone here today. So thank you very much, and see you around.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. That was brutal.
We have a great panel, and we are going to talk about the impact of transport innovation on urban and rural transformation. I guess that we know that many technology innovations are taking place. So tomorrow we will organize a panel about robotaxis. To grab your attention, could you please tell me how many robotaxis do you think that now are running in China? Less than 1,000? Please grab your hand. Between 1,000 and 5,000? Grab your hands. More than 5,000? Okay. So we are seeing that these technology disruptions are changing dramatically the shape of our cities. Just to give you a couple of hints, so if you want to attend tomorrow, we will have a senior executive from Waymo, Google, explaining their experience. But a robotaxi is 5 times safer and 6 times cheaper. So that's, in terms of business model, is amazing. Okay, so what we are going to do, so we have a great panel. We have Chris Riley from Glideways.
Glideways, yeah. Morning, everyone.
We have also Mark Collins from Future Transport.
Morning.
Mark,
Morning.
welcome. We have Thierry Delmas from Singular Logistics.
Hello, good morning.
And last but not least, we have Jose Maria Campos from Celerin.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is to dedicate 4 minutes to each panelist. So I will introduce myself. I'm a marketing professor at ESADE, and before at ISE. We have been helping companies such as aerospace, automotive, and infrastructure to transform and to adopt the new business models. Also, I'm the founder of a digital company, Digital Excel. No? So I'm really happy to be here with you. And in the past, in Paris, I used to run e-business for an automotive company. Chris, please.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me. Chris Riley, Chief Commercial Officer from Glideways. So I'm one of the technology providers in mobility, but unlike my friends in robo-taxis like Waymo that was just referred to, Glideways is a new form of mass transit, public transit system. And it's a new company with a new form of transit, but predicated, I guess, on an established concept. Some of you may know and have heard of personal rapid transit, or PRT, before. And so these are small battery electric autonomous vehicles operating on dedicated fixed guideways. And in doing so, are providing an on-demand transit service and experience, taking riders point to point without stopping at anyone else's stop, and doing so able to manage 10,000 people per hour per direction, which is a very significant number on a mass transit spectrum. And so the belief system in Glideways is really around mobility for all, right? And so not a huge surprise then to have such a company provide innovation on the basis of wanting to provide equity in that mobility as a basic right, in terms of providing mobility for education, mobility for jobs, mobility for health and prosperity. And so that's really our driving force. And what we found is that we all have that common enemy, in congestion. I've lived in Asia for 30 years, I've lived in the US for the last 3 years, I've come from the UK, and it doesn't matter where you live, I think we all know congestion, and we all know that concept. And it's a sort of unfortunate universal human truth right, in terms of something that we all experience. And so Waymo look to, in a robo-taxi world, remove the cost of the driver. Glideways, in a mass transit world, looks to create net new capacity for urban dense environments like cities. And because we're small, we take a small right of way, we require that dedicated guideway, but we create net new capacity. And we do that really competing with existing modes and also complementing existing modes at the same time, which is quite a strange concept. But in doing so, I think, really focus on providing and unlocking transit challenges with smaller footprint, lower capital expenditure. We have an on-demand system that generates higher ridership, and therefore we operate at a positive fare box recovery. And that is really the 3 or 4 projects that we have in process right now. We are pre-revenue company. We're 8 years young, as I like to call us, but we are 2 years out from our first live system in Atlanta, and then we have 2 more contracts in California. We have got great momentum right now with investors and with projects and with our product and technology. And those things will combine, I think, to open up the markets across the world. We're very active in conversations in Asia. We're very active in conversations in the Middle East now, and also, of course, in Europe, which is partly why I'm here. So if you want to talk at any point after this about Glideways and what it can do as a new form of public mass transit in a form of personal rapid transit or autonomous transit network solutions, then please come and see us. One of our strategic investors is ACS Infra, and we're just across there at the booth later on. So happy to talk more throughout the next couple of days with anyone who's interested to find out.
Thank you. Mark, please introduce yourself and your company.
Sure, yeah. So
please stick to the 4 minutes, no? In order to...
Indeed, yep. So Mark Collins, I'm Head of Future Transport at Transport for West Midlands in the UK. So we represent a region of about 3 million people. So we're effectively part of local government. But ultimately what we do is a number of different things as an organisation. So we look after running some services like local metro. We also look at organising, strategising local services like bus, etc. And specifically, my role in this is to look at what the future could look like. And my team is ultimately made up of sort of 3 parts. So we've got activity that's looking at future services and technologies. So that might be anything from connected autonomy through to some drone technologies, through to other services like e-scooters, where we've introduced those in the public domain in the UK recently. So we're really interested in what future technologies and what future innovations are going to shape parts of the landscape, are going to give future options to people, and specifically help with options around modal choice, because as a region we've got to hit some pretty aggressive sustainability targets. As a stat that I like to sort of repeat, with the targets that we have around net zero and trying to get to a net zero position for 2041, we've got to try and reduce the number of vehicle miles even within the next 8 years by something like 36%. Yeah. And that is millions upon millions upon millions of vehicle miles taken off the road in a very short order. And it's equivalent to having COVID every year, is the targets that we've set ourselves for net zero. So that gives you a sense of the scale that we've got. And really that's, and part of the recognition of that is that it's not just going to be infrastructure and technology that's going to make those changes, really. It's got to be also behaviours. And so part of my team also looks at behaviour change and how we can influence and help people make more sustainable choices in transport. So that's another part of my team that's really looking at the psychology involved in transport. So I've got full-time behavioural scientists that work in the team, really trying to understand what helps make people make different choices. Because a lot of our choices are unconscious, a lot of our habits are unconscious too. And therefore actually making people or helping people change their ways is really difficult. And then the third part of my team really looks at product, at the moment, most of that is focused in and around the digital space. So we're interested in things like mobility as a service. So this idea of aggregating lots of different information technologies together, which is really, really hard. Just another example of this in the way that in the UK we've got a really disaggregated technology and transport system, whereby, for example, we've got lots of different fare structures, we've got lots of different ways that people interact with customers. It's quite a confusing mix if you're trying to get around, and we're hoping to really simplify some of that to make transport more accessible to people. So that's quite a broad remit, but we're really interested in how we can look at lots of different problems within transport, not just in the innovation space, but there's innovation across behaviours, there's innovation across digital technology, as well as the sort of physical infrastructure and services as well.
Okay, thank you. Thierry, please, the floor is
Hello,
yours.
good morning, I'm Thierry. I'm the only one which is coming from industry here, so I have to tell you the truth. We are an industrial company. We have technology. I could talk for technology for 3 hours, but it's not what you are looking for. What is the issue you are facing? Usually is moving. So we are an industrial company working in robotics. We do robotics on demand in industrial plants. Everything is automatic, given by the system. So one day we decide, why don't we apply this to moving people? So instead of mass transport, we are doing personal transport by robotics. We have some nacelle and they are moving on demand. So it's on demand personal transport, in particular in cities, commercial centers, stadiums. So more than happy to discuss about this later.
Okay, and Jose Maria, please.
So good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. My name is Jose Maria Campos. I'm the CEO at Celering. We are a tech company headquartered here in Madrid. We also provide mobility service. Actually, we do have developed a platform for shared on-demand mobility, but we also provide shared on-demand mobility services here in different parts of our country. We provide this service especially for paratransit companies, paratransit services, as you call them in the US. We also work together with the public administration in different parts of the country, providing a solution that combines shared taxi plus buses, a multimodal solution to improve the mobility in rural areas. We also work in urban environment, providing last mile mobility solution for connecting low emission zones with park and rides in the outskirts of those zones. And we also work with corporate. We provide them with shuttle services for shared mobility for their employees' daily commuting. And that's it.
Okay, so we have seen 4 different views of the transformation regarding mobility. So, and I think it's amazing because we are seeing different business models, and in the transport value chain, companies competing with different models. In order to frame a little bit the panel and allow you to get some insights, I would like to summarize basically the main transport innovations in 4 categories. So first, as I mentioned, we have autonomous vehicles. The technology is there. As I mentioned, in China, more than 5,000 robotaxis. We have thousands of autonomous vehicles in Asia and in the US. We also have mobility as a service. So Jose Maria is an expert, but we are seeing many platforms and models such as pay-per-use subscription is already available. We are also seeing that we have in several cities high-speed trains and airports we are seeing, for instance, in Spain, cities such as Calatayud, no? Cities with a station and a high-speed train that they are developing a lot. And before the COVID, I was living with my family in Dublin for 1 year. So now, with the cost of air transportation, we can live in different cities. No? And all this, I think, is impacting cities and urban and rural ecosystems. And last but not least, we are having here a company, it's a Spanish one, and they have drones that will be allowed to carry passengers, and they already have the certification from INTA. The guy who runs this company is an Airbus executive. So we are seeing many innovations, and for me, the most interesting thing is that all of them are happening together, and we have the computing power, so with 5G, the smartphones. So now the world is amazing, and I'm going to ask the panelists 3 questions. First, based on their experience and the background, what of these technology changes are going to be more important? So could you please, Jose Maria, get started?
Well, I believe the automatic driving, the robotaxis, is going to be a huge, it's going to produce a huge impact in the market. I think you mentioned that before. It's going to cut the cost by, I believe you said 6. That's going to produce a huge change in the landscape of transportation.
So if you allow me, tomorrow we have the keynote, but if the per kilometer the cost of a taxi is €3 or $3, the robotaxi is only 50 cents. So just to.
So that's gonna be a big change in the market. I would say also mobility as a service, the combination of different transport modes combined to produce a very efficient transportation network that can cover even rural areas or the outskirts of urban areas as well. The combination of different transport modes produces an extra efficiency in the transport for users. So.
Perfect. So, Thierry?
So one of the important points of that is for me as customer, we have to think what the customer is thinking. We could bring technology, but if the technology doesn't bring anything to the customer, it does not fly. So what do I want myself? What do you want yourself when you are moving? Think on that, very simple. Think on that twice, because it's very important as a question. What do you want to move? You want to move yourself? You do not want to move with thousands of people. You do not want to move to change metro station, to change bus. No? You want to go point to point? So these are the 2 elements. And the 3rd element is economy. So is it cheaper for me not to have a moving element, a car mainly, to rent it or to have it on demand? So these are the 3 elements that are moving today. That's all. The rest, we have to bring you the technology. So clearly the one which is coming now is on-demand taxi, no driver. This is the one we see. The first we saw is on-demand taxi. Was not very clear, so Uber did a very good job, and all these people around. So driverless taxi, I think, are the next step, and the following step for me will be that we will have transport on demand, and this is where I think we will have to bring the technology which is solving the problem that people is facing. Just to remember that 44% of the people are living in city today. We will be 10 billion by 2050. We will have more than 58% of the people living in cities. of 10 billion, 44 mega cities of more than 20 million people. So these are the challenges we are facing.
Okay, Mark, please.
I was just going to pick up on your point, actually. So we did some studies looking at human behavior, and convenience, time efficiency, flexibility are the three key things that people have as parameters and their needs to make decisions in and around transport. So I can definitely see a strong argument whereby mobility as a service, digital integration, and therefore connectivity through autonomy create that sort of combination that provides that level of convenience, flexibility, time efficiency, which can compete with personal transportation, i.e. car. I think, so I can foresee that definitely playing out. There's some words of caution, I think, within this space for me around connected autonomy, in that we have to be able to sort of manage the social impact of some of this. Connected autonomy at the minute is the privy of those that can afford it, and clearly where we've got connected autonomy in the taxi domain, it opens up a lot of scope, but it also introduces potentially the adverse effects around increased traffic. It also introduces those other angles around other particulate pollution. Mm-hmm. So I think we've also got to be careful that we don't actually introduce more journeys as a result of the autonomy position. So I think this is where we've got this fine balance, and that might be a part of regulation, mm-hmm. that might be a part of city management, but I think there is an opportunity here to offer up the world, but actually create other issues instead. And I think that for me is the real challenge with this connected autonomy. Yes, we need to provide things that can compete from a public domain with the sort of the car of today, but is the solution another car? And I think that's sort of the piece that we've got to manage.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris.
So there's a lot of momentum and there's a lot of related and interrelated components here. Think about what has happened in the last blink of an eye with technologies and how they're enabling what is happening in front of us, right? With regards to electrification of the world, with regards to the computing power that is available to us now, wireless networks. All of these things have combined and contrived to give us this autonomy in a really significant way. And I think the autonomy stack in particular, when you pull all those things together, enables that autonomy. The deconfliction of multiple journeys in huge complex situations using millimeters and milliseconds, I guess, to enable that autonomous ride and that autonomous experience. And I think that's what people want, and you've just heard it from the panel, right? So we know from studies that 40 to 50% increase in a public transit environment will happen compared to other modes when I can have transit wait for me, not me wait for transit. Mm-hmm. In the US, and I'm sorry for the US references, we know that people spend more time waiting for transit than actually riding public transit. Oh, the irony. And so if we can change that formula, that's a very significant play. And again, unlike the maybe the use of, again, create a common enemy here to some degree in reduction of vehicle miles traveled, which I heard Mark refer to earlier. Really, if we want to take cars off the road, we want to generate congestion solutions, then we need to use this technology to innovate for cities. And I think the other innovation that hasn't been spoken about a great deal here is, so what? So what is the benefit of these things happening? Well, then we can upend the economics. And I think that's really, really important, right? Because right now, it takes a lot of time and a lot of money mm-hmm. to proliferate anything in public transit in particular. And I don't need to tell this audience or this panel the experiences they have of that. But so what if it costs 10 to 15% of what a current APM, LRT, BRT system costs today? Surely we can be more productive, more efficient using that technology so that we don't have empty buses or empty rides. We have something that actually riders want to use. So if you're going to reinvent public transit, make sure we use this technology to create something that we all want to use, that competes with the car and that experience sufficiently that drives ridership share. And so if we don't do that with a value proposition around the rider, and we don't do that with a value proposition around the economics, to cities, then what is the use of all that great technology? We really are missing the wood for the trees if we're not careful in terms of how we apply the opportunity in front of us. So it's super exciting, I think.
Okay, super exciting. And we have 10 minutes and 2 questions to cover. What if we mix them? No. So I would like to ask you, what do you think, what is your prediction that will be the changes for the incumbent players, such as the OEMs, car manufacturers, car dealers, but also public companies? And also, I mentioned before that China have more than 5,000 robotaxis. The US, they have thousands. And in Europe, we are a powerhouse of regulation. So could you please answer to, first, how do you say that the competitive ecosystem will evolve with this technology and business model changes? And second, if you can give a word about how do you see Europe in the near future? So maybe, Chris?
Okay, I'll have a go to start with. So like all competitive markets, I think initially you see a degree of proliferation of different options and opportunities. I represent one of those companies that have a pill-shaped, bi-directional, often white vehicle that will create a lot of confusion, I think, in the near term of being, whether it's a dedicated guideway, whether it's an AV shuttle, whether it's open road, mixed traffic, etc. In other words, you will see lots of these things, I think, appear. And then I think you will see a consolidation of them over time. And in like any market, I see a mixture of players. I'm naturally attracted to forward-thinking audiences and groups of partners and customers and regulators who I think can sense the burning platform of congestion and economics and move carefully in a considered way towards innovation and routes of innovation. I can also see in marketplace those who are seriously defending their legacy and defending their existing positions. And I struggle to understand why some of the bigger, larger incumbents, particularly in public transit, for example, are unable to spin out that skunk's work, unable to provide a degree of innovation and invest in the future. And so we'll see, as always, I think, leaders and followers, forward thinkers and laggards when it comes to this market of change. But it's all in front of us and it's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, a complicated question of which there's no easy answer. I think there are a few things for me. My early career was in the automotive industry. I can foresee a situation whereby OEMs move from sellers of metal to sellers of journeys. Yeah. I think that is migration towards sort of mobility services is a likely outcome. I think with a lot of these technologies, it completely changes the traditional established business models in this space, and I think that's has its good and bad. I think the other bit, just talking from a local perspective, there is resistance in the traditional public transport players. I think there's cultures that need a revamp in places and a real challenge, and I think elements of the sort of innovations are really pushing them to be progressive, and I think that's a positive thing, but there's a long way to go. I think from a policy perspective and regulation, there needs to be some, it needs to be some bravery, I would say. I think that term is one whereby, certainly in the UK, we have seen innovations and introductions, and it hasn't necessarily been backed up by sort of policy interventions, etc. So there's a lot to go in terms of political and policy bravery. And I suppose the other thing to remember in this space is that the infrastructure investment is not necessarily something that we can count on. What we have today in terms of a lot of the infrastructure is what we'll have in 10, 20 years' time. So we've got to be able to sort of innovate within the realms of what we know today. And I think that's where the real challenge is. We can't necessarily expect lots of investment in that space because there isn't necessarily the public purse to support all that. So innovation's got to be around this sort of digital space, around the technology space, using a lot of the infrastructure we've got today. And I think that's sometimes a common misnomer that we can build our way out of this. And I think actually the innovation's got to be a bit more subtle than that. So yeah, that's my sort of view on the world.
Great. Thierry?
I think I had the pleasure to spend 20 years in the automotive industry, so I will take some words. Mercedes said something like 5 years ago to shift a car from engine power to computing power. And to see BMW said that the car is a sensor. So sense what is around and moving it from one point to another point. And Maria Barra, the GM of General Motors, said some years ago that in 10 years, the automotive industry is changing more than in the last 100 years before, for 3 elements. The first element is the car is getting electric. No matter what, the car is getting electric. I insist on that. No matter what, the car is getting electric. Not today, but in the next years to come, you will see it. The second point is we are not buying cars anymore. We are renting cars. So all the car manufacturers are mobility providers and not car manufacturers. But they have a lot of factories, so they have a lot of people working for them, so they have some legacy also, and some duty, social duties also. And the third point is the cars are going driverless. So these 3 elements are making that the automotive industry is changing more in these 10 years than in 100 years before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In terms of Europe, everybody is always complaining about Europe, but I don't know why everybody wants to live in Europe. So I think there is an issue here. Or we are happy to live in Europe, or if we are not happy to live in Europe, we are going away, and nobody is going away. So we are regulating, yes, but I think the things are evolving. Clearly, in all the countries, everything is evolving. The concept of mobility is something which is going a different path, perhaps, but it's going, and it's going forward very fast. So, no issue from my side on this. The only point I would like to say, everybody is dreaming about having drones everywhere. Since I was five years old, I think everybody was talking about drones. I am more than 5 years old today, and we are still talking about drones. So in drones, there is only one item, which is safety and security. And the airspace is managed by the defense industry. Do not forget that, never. So the application of drones, we will see application of drones for sure, but in dedicated areas, very well defined. It will not be a mass application. This is what I want to say. It will be because technically we could do it, but really we have some issues we could not go around. Thank you.
Jose Maria.
So very brief. I also work for an OEM in Germany, in the headquarters of Audi AG for a number of years. A few years ago, I also worked for a public transport operator, a railway operator here in Spain. I lived in the US for a number of years, in Boston. The quality of the transport in the US and Europe is like light and day. The transport here in Europe has a huge quality compared to the one in the US. That's the current situation. That's how we are today. Transport, we do have one of the best public transport systems in the world, in this country. That's the starting point. On the contrary, the US, we know that they push technology, they are driven by technology in many aspects, and that's where we are lagging behind them. Europe is lagging behind the Americans in technology, in adoption, and everywhere. What relates to technology, the US and probably the Asians are far ahead of us. When we talk, last point, when we talk about resistance, I see that today in both public and private operators, bus operators, there is a strong resistance to adopt technology. But the impact that produces the technology, you will see it afterwards. I will be presenting a project that we are running in the Basque Country. The impact in the users is so huge that there is no way to return. I mean, those operators, they have to change. They will have to change because the impact that produces in the quality of life of those people is incredible. You will see that afterwards. And that's
it.
my point.
Okay, so I think we have get some very interesting insights. It's true that in the next 5 to 10 years, the transport and the shape of cities will change more than the last 100 years. Yeah. So as we mentioned, many things are going on. And I would like to ask the panelists one last thought to share with the audience, no? Regarding this interesting subject, no? The transformation of the cities because of technology innovation.
Yeah.
Please.
So I come from the US at the moment, even with an English accent, and so New York's going to do congestion pricing, right? No, it's not. Yes, it is. Maybe. Who knows? Let's see. So some of the thinking is moving at different speeds, I would say. And so I find the European context really, really important, right? When you look at ride share in the US, it's 6 to maybe even 12%. And I have lots of educational representatives from Europe come visit us in our test and development facility with a good dose of what I would call divine discontent at their only 30, 35, 40% ride share percentage, wanting to make it better and better. So I think that is something to be really proud about. We also have concepts like transit-oriented developments, right? TODs, which I know a number of this audience will be aware of. But I struggle to sort of see the quantum leaps with everything that's happening with technology into those city environments. And I still want us to think bigger, move faster, and be more innovative, right? And that's the rallying cry. So why can't we think of mobility-oriented development? So rather than think about the mode of transit, let's think about the rider. Let's think about the individual. Let's think about the citizen of that city and making sure that we engineer and innovate around the individual, which at the moment, I still think there is a gap for us achieving. And so with the quantum leaps that we're making or are in front of us with all of the technologies available, why can't we translate that into that rider experience, that citizen experience some more? And so that's the rallying cry. That's what I'd like to see more and more of. And of course, it is all about the personal rider. It is all about having something on demand that fits your desired experience. And we can see already in the research available that when we get that right, ridership goes up even more. And so I think that's the challenge.
Okay, Mark?
Yeah, I concur a lot of that. I think we need to be focusing on journey experiences as the deliverable. And we've got to be mindful that we don't create solutions looking for problems. I think we're quite good at creating technology solutions and then going to find the problem afterwards. I think where the greatest innovations lie are really understanding the needs and requirements of the user and then deliver against those user experiences. And that might lead us to solutions that are adjacent to transport, outside of transport, but actually lead to solutions that really satisfy that user requirement. So I think for me, what I find really exciting, what gets me out of the bed in the morning, is really understanding those user requirements and trying to actually deliver solutions that work for people.
Okay, Kerry.
I will let another one, which is quite philosophical and very simple. I think 100 years ago, the people were having a horse, and then we told them, take a car, and the people still have a horse. Finally, what do we do today? We still ride a horse, but on the weekend. And we have a car. So what do we want today? If we put this on personal transportation, what do we want? Do we want to own a car? No. Do we want to drive a car? No. We want to go point to point. And then on the weekend, I have my nice car and I play with my nice car like I ride a horse on the weekend, the same. So what we have to do really, we as technicians, we have to bring the right technology for the people to go point to point on a personal basis. And then we will have our car for fun on the weekend. So perhaps owning a car is not the solution anymore.
Okay, so Jose Maria, one last thought.
Embrace technology, and user is the center. Has to be the center of everything that we do. That's it.
Okay, so Eric, Thierry, Marc, and Jose Maria, thank you very much for being with us today. I think we have seen many interesting insights, and I hope if we meet next year, we will find out that many of their projects and technologies are moving forward, okay? So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Buenos días. Mi nombre es José María, soy de Cellering. No se escucha. Me dicen que no se escucha. ¿Se escucha? ¿Se escucha? No sé si conseguís. ¿Sí? ¿Ahora sí? Vale, perfecto. Vale, mi nombre es José María Campos, soy el CEO de Cellering. Somos una empresa tecnológica con base en Madrid y operamos servicios de transporte también en distintas partes de España. Hoy os vamos a presentar un proyecto piloto que tenemos en el País Vasco. Es un proyecto que tenemos para la Diputación de Vizcaya en el ámbito rural. Es la mejora del transporte en el ámbito rural en el País Vasco. Vale. Es un proyecto en el Valle de Arratia. El Valle de Arratia tiene unos 15.000 habitantes, está ubicado al sur de Bilbao, a unos 30-40 kilómetros al sur de Bilbao. Es un valle precioso, si no habéis estado os recomiendo ir, y comprende 9 ayuntamientos muy pequeños que están dentro del valle y que tienen un pequeño núcleo urbano, cada uno de ellos en el fondo del valle, todos ellos conectados por una carretera que va bordeando un río. El proyecto, digamos, la zona del Valle de Arratia es el paradigma de una zona rural en España, la España vaciada que llamamos muchas veces. Población muy dispersa, muy baja densidad de población y muchos problemas en el transporte de las personas que viven en el valle. Digamos que el comportamiento típico de este tipo de zonas, de las Españas vaciadas, es tenemos una población, digamos, saliente, que son zonas en las que la población está saliendo del valle, son zonas que se van despoblando. Esa despoblación lleva al cierre de servicios básicos, como bancos, como centros sanitarios, y esos servicios básicos se trasladan a zonas más lejanas de la población cada vez por razones económicas, y eso lleva a problemas de transporte. Son zonas donde el acceso a esos servicios básicos es cada vez más complejo porque, digamos, el transporte no ha sabido adaptar su configuración a las necesidades que tenemos en este tipo de entornos. Vale, parece que tenemos algún problema técnico. Digamos que es un ciclo en el que la despoblación de las zonas o la migración de población de zonas rurales a zonas urbanas produce el cierre de servicios básicos y su traslado a zonas cada vez más lejanas de donde vive la población. Esto produce digamos que el sistema de transporte en estas zonas no está preparado para adaptarse a este tipo de circunstancias y lo que produce es incrementar ese proceso de despoblación en este tipo de zonas rurales. El objetivo del proyecto es acercar esos servicios básicos a los usuarios en este valle. Es un proyecto con un objetivo muy claro. Tiene 2 grupos de usuarios target. Las personas mayores de 65 años, una población bastante importante en estas zonas rurales, y estudiantes universitarios que viven dentro del valle, ¿vale? Todo ello, el objetivo es mejorar el transporte en esta zona utilizando tecnología que aportamos nosotros. Tenemos una plataforma de transporte a la demanda y compartido que facilita que distintas personas compartan viaje, bien en un taxi, o bien en un autobús, o bien en la combinación de ambos, ¿vale? Luego lo vemos con algunos ejemplos. Buscamos con este proyecto mucha cercanía al usuario. La cercanía llega hasta la imagen corporativa que se adapta al propio valle, el naming de la aplicación, en este caso se llama Bideon, en euskera significa buen camino, y digamos que buscamos esa proximidad con el usuario, ¿vale? A través de la aplicación y de todo el servicio en su conjunto. Un elemento muy importante en el diseño de este tipo de servicios es todos los datos que nos aporta. En cuanto introducimos tecnología en la prestación de un servicio de transporte, empezamos a recibir muchos datos, muchísima información. Y esta información es un objetivo per se, pero lo que hacemos es utilizar esa información para adaptar el servicio, el diseño del servicio de transporte a la realidad que tenemos en el valle. Lo hacemos de dos formas, de forma táctica en tiempo real para adaptar el funcionamiento del sistema de transporte en función de cómo se está comportando el sistema o cómo está evolucionando la demanda, y de forma estratégica analizando la estrategia de implementación del sistema de transporte que tenemos en el valle. Los datos, en este caso, son muy importantes para optimizar todo el sistema de transporte en el valle. ¿Qué es lo que hacemos? Tenemos taxis compartidos para los mayores de 65 años. Imaginaros un valle, caseríos en la montaña, pequeños núcleos urbanos, gente que vive, personas mayores que viven en esos caseríos, pero también en esos pequeños núcleos urbanos. Pueden solicitar un taxi, que va a ser un taxi compartido, para asistir o para acudir a sus servicios básicos, para ir al banco, para ir a la peluquería, para ir al centro sanitario, para ir al hospital, etc. Eso es lo que hacemos para personas mayores de 65 años. En este caso, esos usuarios son lo que nosotros llamamos usuarios con gap tecnológico, con brecha digital. Son usuarios que no son nativos en tecnología y que, por tanto, tienen muchas barreras en el uso de aplicaciones móviles y de la tecnología en sí. Entonces, esos usuarios los tenemos identificados en la plataforma como usuarios con brecha digital y tienen una interacción con la tecnología completamente distinta y adaptada a su perfil como usuarios poco tecnológicos. Tenemos una oficina con personal nuestro que coordina toda la prestación del servicio dentro del valle. ¿Qué es lo que hacemos para las personas, para los estudiantes universitarios? A los estudiantes universitarios, aquellos que viven en la montaña, en esos caseríos del valle, en esas zonas dispersas, los bajamos al núcleo urbano más próximo en un taxi compartido y tenemos un autobús que va recorriendo los 9 núcleos urbanos, recogiendo a todos los estudiantes, a aquellos que hemos bajado del caserío en taxi compartido y a aquellos que viven en el núcleo urbano, para posteriormente llevarlos a la universidad en la ciudad de Bilbao. En este caso tenemos dos servicios, taxi compartido y autobuses, y customizamos los servicios a los que puede acceder un usuario dependiendo del perfil demográfico, en este caso, de dónde vive ese usuario, ¿vale? El uso combinado se coordina todo a través de la misma plataforma. Los taxistas y los conductores de autobús tienen la misma aplicación del conductor que les coordina, de forma que el taxi llega al núcleo urbano 10 minutos antes de la recogida por parte del autobús. Os presento a Yanire. Yanire es una de las taxistas que presta servicio en este proyecto en el País Vasco. Volvemos a Yanire. Os presento a Yanire, es una de las taxistas que está prestando servicios en el País Vasco, esos servicios a los mayores de 65 y a los estudiantes universitarios. Como os comentaba, aquí estamos utilizando dos servicios distintos, taxi compartido y autobús, todos ellos combinados y coordinados a través de la misma plataforma, de forma que los usuarios hacen la reserva del trayecto directo desde donde viven hasta la universidad. Estamos combinando dos opciones o dos modos de movilidad para resolver el problema de movilidad que tenemos en el Valle, agregando a estudiantes universitarios en los mismos puntos de recogida. Os presento a Sara. Es una usuaria de nuestro servicio en el País Vasco. ¿Me decís, porfa, si oís el audio?
De 77 años que voy a hacer, nunca
Vale.
he visto un servicio que nos haya aportado tanto. Porque es que yo solamente por la comodidad no, a mí me ha aportado psicológicamente también. Yo tengo un marido que tiene un problema muy serio, que no le puedo dejar con nadie. Cuando vas en autobús hasta ahora siempre estás preocupada, cómo estará, tardas lo que puedes tardar con Videón en 40 minutos, en el autobús igual te cuesta 3 horas. A mí es que lo estoy diciendo a toda la gente, porque para que utilicen, para que no nos quiten, porque es, ya te digo, el mejor servicio que he conocido que nos han ofertado de la Diputación, de la Mancomunidad, que estoy encantada. Todo lo que se trata de médicos para hacer una analítica, porque todo tenemos que hacer por medio de autobús. Para ir al ambulatorio no tenemos el autobús que nos deja en el ambulatorio, vas para el hospital, somos mayores, tenemos muchas consultas porque estamos pues con muchos achaques, operado tanto yo como él, y yo en lo que lleva Videón, que empecé de poco de enterarme, pues he ido al ambulatorio, que la semana que viene tengo que volver, al hospital ya he hecho 3 viajes, para la analítica también he hecho 2 viajes, y eso de que te lleven y te traigan rápidamente, el servicio es estupendo, pero el servicio estupendo, pero los mismos choferes son encantadores, te ayudan con mi marido para bajarle del coche, para subir, bueno, todo un 10, porque al hospital no hay manera de ir en coche, porque no hay donde aparcar. Yo en algunos tiempos, cuando estaba mejor, iba en coche, le dejaba a mi marido en la puerta, sentado, iba usándolo, aparcaba, vamos, toda una odisea. Y pidiendo a mis hijos para que nos lleven. Pero claro, a mí me da apuro, como suelen decir que hay mucho asentismo laboral, de que mis hijos pierdan el trabajo. Y al final, gastando lo que no podemos en un taxi, pidiendo favores, y ya te digo, esa tranquilidad es, bueno, para mí, espero, y desde aquí pido a la Diputación, por favor, no se os ocurra quitar. No sabéis la tranquilidad psicológica y facilidad que nos dais. Ellos te explican además, cuando tú entras a la consulta, antes de entrar llama, así para cuando te atienden y tengamos que ir a buscar, ya no tienes que esperar ahí. Hago así, pero muy fácil y muy amables en todo. No hago más que hablar y hablar con todos. Apúntate, que estoy en la Cruz Roja, no importa, aunque estés en la Cruz Roja, apúntate en Videón, y así he llevado a mucha gente, incluso yo he ido a por los papeles, han firmado, he vuelto a entregar. Vamos, recomendar no, insistir, porque yo, vuelvo a repetir, no conozco un servicio como este, que la medalla está muy bien, pero esto es inigualable.
Pues el principal beneficio sería que antes...
Esta es una usuaria que iba a la universidad. Antes hacía combinación de tren, autobús, caminar y ahora tiene un servicio mucho más directo.
Tiempo. Entonces el estrés y todo el tiempo que gasto pues se ha reducido un montón y entonces el día a día es mejor con Videon.
Pues nosotros hemos empleado el servicio de Videon porque hemos tenido que ir al hospital muchas veces, 2 veces a la semana.
Vale, no vamos a volver a repetir, digamos, el vídeo, pero estos son testimonios de usuarios que están utilizando el servicio. La parte más cualitativa la hemos visto con estos testimonios de los usuarios. La parte más cuantitativa es el constante, sobre todo el constante continuo crecimiento de usuarios en la prestación del servicio desde que empezamos en enero de este año. Estamos ahora en aproximadamente 1000 servicios mensuales, con un crecimiento, ya os comento, constante. Una variable muy importante también para nosotros es el porcentaje de presupuesto que se gasta, que se utiliza dentro del valle, es cercano al 90%. Esto es un indicador de que estamos ayudando a fijar el empleo dentro de esa zona rural, permitiendo que se desarrolle esa zona rural. Las importantes reducciones de CO2 asociadas a compartir vehículo en el traslado de esos estudiantes y de esas personas mayores de edad, y también el ahorro en coste que es del 90% desde el inicio de la prestación del servicio a través de Videon. Vale. Esta es la evolución en el crecimiento de servicios y en el coste. Impacto social clarísimo del proyecto, con transporte, utilizando tecnología, impacto medioambiental y impacto en la eficiencia, en los costes del sistema de transporte en las zonas rurales, en la España vaciada. Nuestra empresa tiene como misión transformar la movilidad utilizando tecnología, con el objetivo de mejorar la calidad de vida de las personas que utilizan esos sistemas de transporte, haciéndolo de una forma eficiente, sostenible y buscando ese usuario en el centro de todo lo que hacemos.
Do you have the transportation service you actually need? At Cellering, we've created a mobility platform that adapts to you in real time. It integrates taxis, private driver services, minibuses, and buses, maximizing occupancy for efficient and sustainable mobility. Schedules, routes, and stops adjust to user demand in real time. We design customized services for each user profile based on data that reflects their needs and how they move. How much flexibility do you need? Dynamic route. The route adapts to the user. Preset virtual line. The user adapts to the established route. How would you like to set up your service? Select preferences for vehicles, shared or individual rides, main stops, days of the week, and time range. Who is this service for? Employees, students, senior citizens, or persons with reduced mobility. You can also set up co-payment options and link them to specific cost centers. Our dynamic dashboard allows you to view and compare key metrics by groups of users or specific routes, and see the distribution of trips by company or entity. You can also download detailed invoices with customized criteria. Our platform seamlessly integrates with both provider and client systems, enabling streamlined management that optimizes every service. Our predictive analytics and virtual scenario models improve transportation efficiency, adding value for individuals, companies, and public administrations. We offer 24/7 support, a dedicated mobility coordinator, and full app customization to match your brand and specific needs. Our platform syncs users, drivers, and operators in real time. By using collaborative AI that learns from its environment for continuous improvement, all with top-tier cybersecurity measures. Wherever you are, whoever you are, Cellering adapts to you. Contact us to transform mobility in your company, city, or town.
Uno de los mercados a los que vamos con nuestra plataforma también es el de lanzaderas para empresa. Tenemos distintos proyectos, algunos de ellos lo presentaremos mañana aquí en este escenario también. Fundamentalmente con el objetivo de mejorar la retención de trabajadores, ampliar también el scope de captación de talento, hacer un commuting más rápido, más eficiente y más sostenible y la reducción de la congestión de tráfico, acercando simultáneamente, digamos, a esos usuarios al punto de recogida o al punto de destino final. Este es, digamos, cómo trabajamos. Empezamos con un estudio muy preliminar de cómo es la movilidad en el escenario que estamos analizando. Luego entramos a hacer un análisis mucho más detallado. Digamos que esta aproximación escalonada nos permite evaluar si el escenario que estamos analizando es susceptible de tener un impacto como el que hemos tenido o estamos teniendo en el País Vasco, en este proyecto, y ya digamos que adaptamos la configuración de la plataforma a la realidad del transporte en esa zona, en ese problema, en ese escenario, para que funcione de la forma más eficiente. El equipo es un equipo senior. Es un equipo senior con muchos años de experiencia, un track record demostrado en distintos proyectos, en distintas entidades de primer nivel, si se ve. Y ya para terminar, invitaros a un cóctel que vamos a servir ahora en nuestro stand. Está aquí muy cerquita, a la vuelta de la esquina, que dirían. Y ahí podremos hablar más en detalle de nuestros proyectos y de vuestros problemas en las zonas donde tengáis, si es que tenéis problemas. Estamos aquí al lado. Venid, tomaros algo con nosotros y estaremos encantados de recibiros. Muchas gracias.
¿qué tal? Muy buenos días. Me dicen que si no os ponéis los cascos no vais a oír nada, es decir, que mejor os ponéis los cascos todo, porque esto está pensado para que tengamos todos cascos. Bienvenidos al panel de cambios de comportamiento y datos centrados en el usuario. Tenemos un panel de lujo. Tenemos a César Valero, tenemos a Josep Laborda, a Elisa Eras y tenemos a Alexis Puig. Vamos a presentarlos un momento antes de empezar el panel, si damos tiempo a que os vayáis poniendo los auriculares. César Valero es el director de innovación y digitalización de Metalesa y Seguridad Vial. Ha estado 11 años, creo, en Accenture, ¿no? Ya bastantes años. Y después ha colaborado mucho en el proceso de Metalesa. Y habéis multiplicado, creo que habéis multiplicado el volumen de negocio de la compañía 4 veces en los últimos 5 años, ¿no?
Así es,
Wow.
Estamos de enhorabuena.
Hombre, felicidades. Felicidades. Josep Laborda es cofundador y CEO de Factual, una consultora estratégica especializada en movilidad, es ingeniero de telecomunicaciones y durante los 20 últimos años ha trabajado en temas de innovación y movilidad, es decir, que lo debes saber casi todo de este sector, o al menos lo has vivido casi todo, ¿no? Elisa Eras es la directora de movilidad de Iridium, de concesiones de infraestructuras del grupo ACS y en parte la organizadora de todo este tinglado. Es decir, muchas gracias.
Gracias a vosotros.
Y gracias a ACS, claro. Y lidera las iniciativas enfocadas en temas de movilidad en ACS, que me parece que tenéis de todo, desde vehículos autónomos hasta temas de movilidad conectada.
Drones, vertipuertos, de todo. Sí.
Tenemos de todo, es decir, tenemos el futuro por aquí. Y finalmente, Alexis Puig. Alexis Puig es el cofundador y CEO de ParHelp, el líder mundial en sistemas de aparcamiento. Esto no es poco decir esto de que uno es el líder mundial, ¿no?
Es un nicho.
Bueno, pero el mundo es grande.
Sí, sí.
Y es especialista en convertir ideas innovadoras en éxitos. En temas
Lo intentamos.
exitosos, o menos de intentar.
Gracias.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias a todos y bienvenidos a este panel de movilidad. Yo quería preguntar a todos vosotros una pregunta, a ver cuál es vuestra opinión. Desde la perspectiva de vuestras empresas, ¿qué cambios de comportamiento relacionados con la movilidad habéis observado y cuáles estáis promoviendo para promover una movilidad más sostenible? César, por ejemplo, ¿tú qué opinas?
Bueno, a ver, por un lado, más que cambios que estamos observando, evidentemente la movilidad sostenible con todo lo que implica desde el punto de vista de migración de una serie de medios de transporte a otros que está más o menos incentivado, eso está sucedió a partir de la pandemia, pero eso es una tendencia que hay que seguir fomentando, hay que seguir acompañando, hay que seguir incentivando a través de infraestructuras adecuadas y a través de beneficios fiscales o a través de todo tipo de mecanismos que a la población de alguna forma la lleven a migrar a transporte público, a bicicletas, patinetes, este tipo de situaciones, de alguna forma facilitarlo y sostener. Y en ese sentido, pues lo que hay que hacer es desarrollar unas infraestructuras y unas infraestructuras de comunicaciones seguras, lo primero es seguras, y a partir de ahí ya dotarlas de nuevas capacidades para mejorar la comprensión por parte del usuario de cómo usarlas, ¿no? Porque toda esta intermodalidad en entornos urbanos específicamente, donde los grandes proyectos de carriles ciclistas, de patinetes en ciudades generan una falta de empatía y de civismo, ¿no? No estamos todavía preparados para ello y es necesario articular a nivel de educación vial todo un gran plan de formación y de concienciación para llegar a otro tipo de formas de relacionarnos en la carretera o en la ciudad.
Fantástico, muchas gracias. Josep, ¿tú qué opinas? ¿Qué cambios de comportamiento necesitamos y debemos promover?
Bueno, César ya ha apuntado algunos de las claves, ¿no? de este cambio, ¿no? de hábitos, ¿no? hacia modos de movilidad más sostenibles, ¿no? Yo me gustaría un poco apuntar un tema que creo que es fundamental. Vivimos en una emergencia climática, las ciudades cada vez están más congestionadas, la calidad del aire, desgraciadamente, en muchas ciudades, ¿no? debido en parte al tráfico no eficiente, digamos, es baja la calidad del aire y demás. Entonces, yo creo que más que una oportunidad es casi una necesidad, el tema de promover hábitos de movilidad más sostenibles, que mejoren la calidad de vida en las ciudades. Y todo esto pasa por una combinación de estrategias, ¿no? Como bien decías, ¿no? Que la infraestructura esté mejor preparada para optimizar la movilidad, que existan alternativas de movilidad al vehículo privado, que seguramente es el modo más extendido aún en muchas ciudades, pero a su vez el más ineficiente en muchos casos. Pero como yo suelo decir, la movilidad es un tema complejo. Todos opinamos sobre movilidad y los que nos dedicamos a la innovación en movilidad como Factual, sabemos que las claves son más complejas de lo que parece intuitivamente, ¿no? A mí muchas personas con las que trabajamos, clientes no tanto, porque los clientes son más conscientes de cuál es la problemática, pero cuando hablas con amigos, familiares, ¿no? Me dicen, si la congestión de tráfico siempre sigue el mismo patrón, siempre hay problemas en los mismos sitios, ¿no? El tema es que somos animales de costumbres, ¿no? y en movilidad aún más, y fomentar este cambio de hábitos, ¿no? Al final es una combinación, ¿no? de que existen servicios de movilidad mejor gestionados, más eficientes, más cómodos, más fiables, más puntuales, ¿no? Estoy pensando en el transporte público como el paradigma de movilidad sostenible, y que sean más accesibles también económicamente, etcétera, porque al final, y ahí de momento aquí lo voy a dejar, ¿no? De momento somos, pues eso, lo que decía, ¿no? Animales de costumbres, y fomentar este cambio modal no es tan obvio como podría parecer, ¿no?
Muchísimas gracias, Josep. Elisa, en ACS seguro que hacéis muchas cosas y tenéis pensado qué cambios necesitamos en Europa.
Sí, muchas gracias. Bueno, no puedo menos que hacer retweet de los cambios que ya han apuntado, como son la preocupación por el cambio climático, la preocupación por tener ciudades cada vez menos contaminadas, una clara presión demográfica sobre las ciudades, y eso, en nuestra opinión, nos lleva a pensar el transporte público de hoy en día. A lo mejor hay que complementarlo con nuevas formas de transporte público. Por eso nosotros, por ejemplo, hemos invertido en empresas como Skyports o Gladways, que fomentan otro tipo de movilidad que hasta ahora no había, pero los nuevos retos están necesitando esta movilidad. Y voy a apuntar un cambio que hemos observado más y que además me parece interesante. Es un cambio en la logística. A partir de la pandemia hay un giro en las compras hacia la logística virtual, digamos, hacia las compras virtuales, que eso incrementa mucho la presión de logística en las ciudades. Entonces, también creemos que hay que dar una solución a ese punto. Estamos mirando diferentes proyectos, como pueden ser hubs logísticos que organicen un poco esa logística para que los repartos sean en micromovilidad eléctrica, porque hay que tener en cuenta todos esos cambios comportacionales de la gente para dar soluciones ad hoc a cada problema.
Oye, Elisa, has comentado lo de Skyport, es un proyecto, es mi favorito, pero estoy seguro que mucha gente aquí no lo conoce. Cuéntanos un poco, porque todos deseamos tener eso, especialmente en Madrid.
Sí, y además es que es un proyecto muy interesante. Skyports tiene dos líneas que son muy interesantes. Una es la parte de infraestructura, que desarrolla vertipuertos para aterrizaje y despegue de eVTOLs, que son estas aeronaves eléctricas, de momento tripuladas, pero con vistas a que en un futuro puedan ser no tripuladas, y que pueden ser muy interesantes para conectar puntos de la ciudad de una forma sostenible, porque al contrario de lo que pueda ser un helicóptero, estas aeronaves están llamadas a tener un coste mucho más bajo. Además, no contaminan porque son eléctricas y no contaminan, no tienen contaminación acústica. Y luego tienen otra rama que es muy interesante también, que es el servicio de drones. Y es que Skyports opera drones, lo que llamamos Beyond Line of Sight, que son drones que se pueden operar desde centros de control. Tú en Madrid puedes operar un dron que está trabajando en una mina en Australia, por ejemplo. Y desarrollan una serie de rutas que de otra manera no podrían ser posibles. Por ejemplo, una ruta que une ciertas islas del norte de Escocia que hasta ahora estaban aisladas, solo tenían correo y paquetería una vez a la semana mediante ferry, y ahora lo tienen todos los días. desarrollan rutas en el Congo para llevar material sanitario. Entonces, la verdad es que creo que esta es la nueva movilidad que tenemos que seguir desarrollando para complementar a la que ya existe.
Bueno, pues a ver si os dais prisa, porque esto de los Jetsons llevamos desde los 50, esperando a ver si llega. Alexis, cuéntanos, ¿cuáles son los cambios de comportamiento que crees que debemos hacer en esto de la movilidad?
Uy, muchísimos. Impresionante la amplitud que tenéis, ¿no?, de soluciones. Nosotros estamos mucho más verticalizados, estamos en la vertical del estacionamiento, pero recogiendo el guante de Josep, nuestra especialidad es la de solucionar el tráfico de agitación, ese tráfico que está en las ciudades, que contamina, que a través de sensorizar ciudades, informar al usuario, y aplicar tarifas dinámicas, bueno, siempre teniendo en cuenta criterios de movilidad y muy en conjunción con los ayuntamientos y los centros de movilidad para aplicar políticas que no tienen que ser rígidas, tienen que ser cambiantes, como es el día a día de las ciudades. No es lo mismo un sábado que un martes. Y bueno, nosotros nos dedicamos a esto, a facilitar completamente el estacionamiento, tanto de privado como lo que comentabas tú de plataformas logísticas, ¿no?, de zonas de carga y descarga. Bueno, estos son recursos muy escasos en ciudades donde la gestión eficiente es clave para minimizar. Permite programar, permite aplicar políticas, obtener datos históricos y bueno, este es nuestro foco.
Muchísimas gracias, Alexis. César, vamos a entrar ya un poco más en materia. ¿Qué soluciones de movilidad vosotros promovéis en infraestructuras, en carreteras, que puedan mejorar?
Lo primero, poner en contexto a la gente. Metales es una empresa fabricante de equipamiento de seguridad vial, de sistemas de contención, los típicos sistemas de contención que están a los lados de las carreteras y pantallas acústicas, otro tipo de equipamientos. Lo primero, por supuesto, cuando hablamos de estrategia de carreteras, siempre se pone en este orden, ¿no? Carreteras seguras, sostenibles y conectadas. Entonces, empecemos por el seguras, que es lo primero que hay que hacer. A partir de seguras, lo primero que diría es, bueno, equipamientos modernos, equipamientos certificados, porque no os imagináis la cantidad de equipamientos que todavía vienen del pasado y que luego suceden a veces accidentes y que poco a poco hay que ir renovando. Esto ya es a través de la administración pública que poco a poco vaya invirtiendo, porque evidentemente no puedes hacer de la noche a la mañana una sustitución masiva de todo tipo de sistemas de contención y equipamientos de seguridad vial, poco a poco. A partir de ahí se abre todo un abanico y todo un mundo de posibilidades de digitalización, y me quiero explicar. Todo el mundo todo el mundo tenemos incluso vehículos con ADAS, los sistemas de ayudas a la conducción, y mucha gente puede querer apagarlos, no le pueden gustar, le pueden incomodar, pero la realidad es que está más que probado que son útiles. Por tanto, pueden redirigirte el vehículo si te despistas, pueden frenarte si te aproximas demasiado rápido. Entonces, esta idea de los ADAS, nuestra propuesta es llevarlo a las infraestructuras del transporte, a todos los equipamientos de seguridad vial que están en los lados, en los laterales de las carreteras, para dotarlas de una mayor capacidad de prevención. O sea, es decir, que los equipamientos de seguridad vial que están en la carretera, que la infraestructura sea un agente más de la movilidad, que sea capaz de hablar de alguna forma al conductor, que sea capaz de interaccionar con él y darle un mensaje de alerta, de prevenirle que hay una situación de riesgo porque lleva una velocidad excesiva. Al final, estamos colocando kilómetros y kilómetros de todo tipo de sistemas de contención que están esperando a que alguien tenga un accidente contra ellos, y no aportamos un valor adicional en determinados pequeños puntos negros donde esa seguridad específica podría ser enriquecida en gran medida con los ITS, que son los sistemas inteligentes de transporte. No hay que llenar la carretera de digitalización y de sensorización, pero podemos incrementar radicalmente la capacidad de seguridad en una carretera solamente dotando de determinadas capacidades tecnológicas en puntos negros. Para eso la tecnología ya está operativa y bueno, pues venimos a presentar algunas cuestiones de estas.
Fantástico, muchas gracias. Josep, la seguridad es importante, pero el coste también es importante. A todos nos preocupa el coste y el coste de la movilidad también. ¿Qué podemos hacer para reducir el coste?
Bien, es bien cierto que la seguridad es una de las principales preocupaciones, ¿no?, de los usuarios cuando se mueven. La siniestralidad vial es un reto a resolver. Pero cuando miramos a los factores que determinan, ¿no?, nuestras elecciones en materia de movilidad, el coste de la movilidad es un factor fundamental, como lo es también el tiempo que me lleva, ¿no?, a cubrir mi trayecto, por ejemplo, diario, ¿no?, al trabajo, a donde tenga que ir, ¿no? Y también el confort, la conveniencia, ¿no?, de los modos de transporte que usamos, ¿no? Hay la percepción aún demasiado extendida de que el vehículo privado es más cómodo, me da más autonomía y en definitiva es mucho mejor porque hay una baja percepción del coste real que tiene moverse de forma generalizada con tu vehículo privado. Hay muchos costes ocultos que muchos usuarios no perciben, pero existen. Y también hay lo que técnicamente se conoce como externalidades del transporte, externalidades negativas, que es que vehículos de uso privado ocupados por un pasajero, ¿no?, o dos como máximo, esto es una ineficiencia de por sí que a la larga pues, repercute, ¿no?, en gestión de tráfico, en mala calidad del aire, etcétera, ¿no?, en pérdida de productividad y demás, ¿no? Con lo cual, al final, la coctelera de todos estos factores y cómo, y ahí es donde quería llegar, ¿no?, cómo motivar este cambio, ¿no?, de actitudes, ¿no?, hacia modos de transporte más sostenibles y más eficientes de forma sistémica, es un reto en el que nosotros llevamos mucho tiempo trabajando. Hemos hecho estudios de consultoría analizando por países, por ciudades, estrategias que se han implementado, algunas bien conocidas, ¿no?, como en España, ¿no?, el transporte público gratuito, ¿no?, que ha generado no poca controversia, y no solo en España, sino en otros países también, ¿no?, que al final pues, tienen un coste elevadísimo para las arcas públicas y para el bolsillo de los contribuyentes, porque al final el coste de los sistemas de transporte público es muy elevado y de algún sitio tiene que salir, y ya os digo yo que sale del bolsillo del contribuyente. Y aquí es donde nosotros decimos, bueno, no hay una receta única para fomentar una movilidad más sostenible. Las recetas universales y fáciles de entender, como es el transporte público universal gratuito, sirven para hacer marketing, política, si queréis, pero cuando se analizan de forma científica, técnica, con indicadores, de realmente qué cambio modal son capaces de desencadenar, la realidad es tozuda y nos demuestra que no, el factor coste no es el factor único que determina nuestras decisiones como usuarios. Y nosotros nos dedicamos, entre muchas otras cosas, a estudiar cómo implementar medidas mucho más eficientes en este sentido.
Muchas gracias, Josep. Hemos hablado de seguridad, hemos hablado de coste, pero claro, al final los usuarios son los que cuentan. Es decir, ¿cómo implementáis en ACS ese diseño centrado de los usuarios de los que todo el mundo habla, pero a veces es difícil aterrizar?
Totalmente de acuerdo, Esteve. O sea, para nosotros, en términos de movilidad sostenible, creemos que no tiene sentido hacer un proyecto tipo o una solución tipo que vaya a servir a todos los usuarios. De hecho, sabemos que cada sector, cada tipo de usuario va a necesitar o va a tener unos requerimientos que vaya a implicar hacer un diseño ad hoc para este usuario. Y voy a coger un poco el testigo que ha hecho Josep. O sea, al final todo el mundo queremos un transporte que sea eficiente, que sea rápido, que nos lleve de punto a punto de una forma sin esperas, que tengas el control de tu trayecto. Y, por ejemplo, en ese sentido, Gladways es una muy buena opción para ciertos trayectos, para ciertas ciudades, para proveer una solución que, como esa demanda, es una solución eficiente donde no va en vacío nunca, y además tú tienes el control de tu trayecto. Otro posible ejemplo podría ser el tema de los puntos de recarga. Nosotros hemos estado estudiando muy profundamente el tema de los puntos de recarga, y lo que sabemos, y estamos trabajando con distintos sectores para ofrecer soluciones de infraestructura adaptadas a cada sector, porque no es lo mismo lo que va a necesitar un autobús interurbano, por ejemplo, que un vehículo pesado de larga distancia, que un VTC, por ejemplo. Entonces, pues al final, para nosotros lo más importante es que en el diseño que finalmente hagamos haya participado de alguna forma el usuario para que sea la solución que ellos requieren.
Muchas gracias, Elisa. Alexis, en ParkHelp, a todos, seguro que tenéis alguna solución para hacer más llevadero esto que a nadie le gusta, que es aparcar.
Sí, sí.
Cuéntanos, ¿cómo lo hacéis?
Bueno, tenemos dos gorras, una gorra off-street, que son centros comerciales, aeropuertos, lo dejamos al lado, y después la gorra on-street. En la gorra on-street es donde creemos que está nuestra apuesta más principal y donde podemos adaptar más, como decía Lisa, nuestras soluciones al usuario. No tiene nada que ver las necesidades en Quito que en Madrid, que en Toronto. Son completamente diferentes, aunque la base tecnológica pueda ser la misma. La experiencia de usuario, las características, el entorno social. Tenemos un proyecto en Sudamérica donde el entorno social hemos tenido que considerar el modelo actual, donde hay 600 familias que viven de unos señores que cobran un parking de forma un poco alegal, ¿no? Y se ha tenido en cuenta el diseño de la solución, poder dar una solución a estas personas. O sea, no hay soluciones ad hoc en absoluto. Entonces, desde este punto de vista, nosotros nos imaginamos una ciudad donde tú puedes tener una aplicación, ver los espacios disponibles, hacer reservas en el mundo, no en la calle, sino en el mundo off-street. Con la misma aplicación puedes gestionar zonas de carga y descarga, zonas de carga de vehículo eléctrico, puedes incluso hacer reservas, anticiparte a los problemas típicos del icing, que es un problema enorme en la industria y que se come el ROI de tu inversión, ¿no? Y todo ello conectado y siempre teniendo en cuenta en qué entorno estás. La misma solución no sirve para todos, hay que personalizarla absolutamente y tener en cuenta el entorno, tanto tecnológico, social, las infraestructuras, un montón de cosas que van mucho más allá de la tecnología. Y es lo que hacemos en ParkHelp.
Muchísimas gracias, Alexis. César, vosotros presentáis en este congreso una solución de seguridad vial. Cuéntanos algo más.
No querría desligarme del tema de esta charla, que es al final, o sea, lo voy a vincular, que es los diseños en seguridad vial o infraestructuras vinculados al usuario. Entonces, la pregunta que antes yo me hacía o la reflexión que hacía con respecto a dotar de ciertas tecnologías a las infraestructuras, la pregunta sería ¿para qué? Es decir, ¿cuál es la utilidad que se le da al usuario? ¿De qué manera le aporta? Porque si no es invertir por invertir y meter sensores por meter, ¿no? Entonces, hace ya unos años, intentando buscar esa motivación, hicimos un estudio que aprovecho para anunciar que mañana en otro puesto de la feria, del Congreso se presenta. Hicimos un estudio de salidas de vía, que es la causa de mayor mortandad en España. Los siniestros por tipo de salida de vía son los que más lesividades y los más mortales en España. Y hemos encontrado, analizando los 100 y pico mil partes de la DGT del 2017 al 2023, que el 49,5% de los accidentes por salidas de vía en España en ese tramo temporal están originados por causas que se pueden detectar a través de sensores. Es decir, hay una justificación, una justificación estadística, científica, vinculada a que dotar a la infraestructura de determinados sistemas inteligentes de detección permite realmente señalizarlos en tiempo real y a partir de ahí, bueno, pensando en el usuario, evitar los accidentes. Entonces, lo que presentamos, os invito a todos los que estéis interesados a pasar por el stand 3, en el que estamos, Metalesa, es básicamente un dispositivo que hemos desarrollado para acoplar a los sistemas de contención, a las barreras que todos podéis conocer en las carreteras, independientemente de que sean nuevas o existentes, o de cualquier fabricante, es independiente. De tal forma que, ante determinadas situaciones, se generan una señalización en tiempo real. No son luces por estar ahí todo el día encendidas, sino que están específicamente encendidas en aquellos momentos en que se da una circunstancia de riesgo. Por ejemplo, impactos contra la propia barrera, se enciende la señalización y se envían automáticamente notificaciones a la autoridad. O la prevención de los accidentes, que realmente es lo que buscamos, a través de un radar que me detecta que un vehículo se aproxima a una velocidad excesiva, activo una señalización, activo una alerta. Al final existe sensórica, existen cámaras, radares, ahora están en todas las administraciones locas con el tema de los animales y los accidentes contra fauna. Existen múltiples sensores que pueden en tiempo real Y ahí es súper importante la credibilidad de las señales, porque cuando vamos por un sitio y vemos algo parpadeando todos los días no le hacemos ni caso. Al final, al cabo de un tiempo, nos acostumbramos y olvidamos. Pues ese en tiempo real contra la detección de un riesgo, calzada helada, velocidad excesiva, ciclista paseando por ahí, hace que esa señalización tenga más credibilidad y podamos hacer un diseño pensado pensado de verdad. No es tecnología por tecnología, sino porque en un punto concreto siempre sucede un tipo de siniestro, pues vamos a atacar ese tema. Y esa es un poco la propuesta que podéis acercaros a ver en nuestro stand, donde colocamos tecnología en las barreras de seguridad.
Muchas gracias, César. Josep, en Factual una de vuestras obsesiones es el coste y la moda es el transporte gratuito. El transporte municipal gratuito, etcétera, etcétera. Esta ha sido la última oleada que hemos tenido en Europa, ¿no? ¿Qué opinas de todo esto?
Bueno, antes ya he apuntado que más allá de cazar titulares, ¿no? Y los hay varios ejemplos en Europa. Luxemburgo desde el año 2020 tiene transporte público gratuito, Malta también, la capital de Estonia, Tallinn, también ofrece transporte público. En Alemania hay experiencias bien conocidas, ¿no? No tanto de transporte público, pero una tarifa plana, ¿no? Que permite acceder a todo el transporte público bajo un único precio, ¿no? 49 euros en este caso. Todas estas experiencias al final, una vez se implementan y se analiza cuál es su eficiencia o ineficiencia, una cosa que descubres, que creo que lo hemos apuntado todos, es que no hay una receta única. Las ideas preconcebidas que sobresimplifican, ¿no? El proceso de decisión de optar, en este caso, por el transporte público por el hecho de ser gratuito, la realidad las rebate, porque al final lo que hemos descubierto con un estudio de consultoría que hicimos, que nos cofinanció varias entidades, entre ellas el EIT Euromobility, que lo presentamos hace poco. En este estudio lo que hicimos es mirar a datos. Al final uno tiene que mirar a datos, no a intuiciones ni a ideas preconcebidas, ¿no? Mirar a datos concretos de estas experiencias que tan bien o mal funcionan. Ya os avanzo el titular. Lo que descubrimos es que el cambio modal no se consigue de esta forma. Cuesta un poco más, hay que ser más creativo. Y lo que hicimos fue estudiar tanto desde el punto de vista de las propias autoridades de transporte público, ¿no? Que nos contaban cuál era su experiencia, ¿no? Implementando este tipo de medidas, qué tipo de efecto positivo, ¿no? Habían logrado conseguir en materia, entre otros, de cambio modal. Y también interrogamos a usuarios finales, ¿no? Lanzamos una encuesta de preferencias declaradas en Madrid, en Barcelona, en Lisboa, en Berlín y en Oslo. Hicimos un poco de barrido, ¿no? Desde ciudades más mediterráneas hasta ciudades del centro de Europa, ¿no? Berlín, ¿no? Y una ciudad nórdica, para ver si los diferentes perfiles de usuario, las diferentes sensibilidades ante, por ejemplo, el tema de la necesidad de tener hábitos de movilidad más sostenibles, de alguna forma nos arrojaban luz sobre, pues eso, ¿no? ¿Qué factores guían nuestras decisiones en el tema de movilidad sostenible, ¿no? Y vimos obviamente diferencias, ¿no? Y como decía antes, digamos, solo analizando estos temas que son suficientemente complejos, mediante datos y mediante metodologías, ¿no? Que no partan de intuiciones y de ideas preconcebidas, solo haciéndolo así, al final, y también teniendo la valentía de implementar medidas como las que nosotros proponemos, basadas en datos en tiempo real, ¿no? Que básicamente ofrezcan, y de momento ahí lo voy a dejar, ¿no? El incentivo adecuado a la persona adecuada en el momento adecuado, típicamente un descuento, ¿no? por un trayecto, solo cuando este incentivo va a generar un cambio realmente tangible, ¿no? Y eso basado en datos, ¿no? Al final, la idea es dar aquel subsidio o aquel descuento a aquella persona que es más susceptible de usarlo en aquel lugar de la ciudad y en aquel instante en el que, en base a analítica de datos, sabemos ahí ya no partimos tanto de intuiciones, sabemos que este cambio se va a producir. Y esto se puede hacer con software, se puede hacer con analítica de datos, y nosotros hemos desarrollado una solución para ello, ¿no? Para que la usen autoridades de transporte público para hacer un uso mucho más segmentado y eficiente del presupuesto destinado a fomentar movilidad sostenible.
Muchas gracias, Josep. Elisa, estamos viviendo una revolución en movilidad que además está empezando, porque tendremos un montón de cosas. ¿Cuáles van a ser los principales retos de los usuarios para hacer esta movilidad sostenible y para no perder rumbo, al menos en toda esta revolución que nos va a venir?
Fíjate, yo creo que uno de los principales retos a los que nos enfrentamos, tanto las empresas como usuarios, es la resistencia al cambio. O sea, tenemos, como usuarios, tenemos mucha resistencia al cambio de hábitos, al cambio de sentirnos seguros en un medio de transporte en otro. Te pongo varios ejemplos. Resistencia al cambio de hábitos. Pues, por ejemplo, la recarga eléctrica. Todavía la penetración del coche eléctrico no está siendo tan alta como nosotros desearíamos, o con una velocidad tan alta como querríamos, por esa resistencia al cambio de hábitos. Es que yo antes recargaba combustible fósil de esta manera, ahora tengo que recargar en eléctrico de esta otra manera. Resistencia también al cambio, pues eso, de uso de modo de transporte. Muchas veces pensar voy a montarme en un vehículo autónomo, dices, oye, ¿y si pasa? ¿Y si yo no quiero? Entonces tenemos que vencer esa resistencia. ¿Y cómo se hace? Se hace de la mano de las instituciones públicas, trabajando todos juntos para eso. Al final yo creo que esos son los principales retos a nivel de usuario. Luego tenemos retos en cuanto a la financiación, en cuanto a la regulación, como ya hemos hablado, pero a nivel de usuario yo diría que el principal reto es el vencer la resistencia al cambio.
Muchísimas gracias.
¿Me permites apuntar yo creo que las empresas tenemos un poco de culpa también de esto. Creo que tenemos un poco de culpa en el sentido de... Antes tenía un híbrido enchufable y yo tenía 9 aplicaciones para poder cargar. 9. Y echaba de menos una intermodalidad donde hubiera una que pudiera...
Totalmente de acuerdo.
Y esto, a veces te encontrabas en un parking subterráneo que no tenías cobertura, tenías que bajarte una aplicación y esto, yo que soy del sector, yo soy ingeniero, mi padre con 84 años, es imposible que pueda solucionar este problema.
Fíjate que estoy totalmente de acuerdo, y de hecho, por ejemplo, en temas de recarga, esa resistencia al cambio también viene dada, por ejemplo, porque faltan infraestructuras de recarga. Tú dices, oye, pues yo quiero hacer un trayecto de larga distancia, y es que al final no hay infraestructuras. Por ejemplo, ahí en ACS estamos trabajando mucho en eso, en desarrollar las infraestructuras que apoyan ese cambio, porque si tú tuvieras tantas electrolineras, digamos, como gasolineras, o si tuvieras una app única o tal, todos esos cambios fomentarían esa transición.
No es fácil mover al usuario, pero además, si las empresas les ponemos trabas ya, por esto el diseño...
Absolutamente, sí.
Si el diseño orientado al usuario es clave para cualquiera de estas soluciones poder despegar. Perdón.
Fantástico, Alexis. ¿Y cómo lo hacéis en Pargel?
Pues customizando un montón. No es fácil. Te comentaba antes, ¿no? Hemos tenido en un caso incluso que tener en cuenta 600 familias, incorporarlas al modelo económico y somos un proveedor tecnológico, al final lo hemos hecho, lo estamos haciendo. No es fácil y no hay recetas únicas y en cada ciudad, en cada territorio es completamente diferente, pero sí que hay que poner al usuario desde el inicio en el centro y ponérselo muy fácil. Por ejemplo, en Pargel tenemos una función que es para activar aplicaciones, tanto de pago o de recarga eléctrica, que se basa en Bluetooth beacons. Cuando detectamos una presencia, disparamos un Bluetooth beacon, que esto lo que hace es disparar la app. Tú puedes hacer cosas tan chulas, muy bien integradas, como aparcar en una plaza de recarga y que tu app de repente te diga, Elisa, bienvenida, ¿quieres empezar a cargar? Y tú, wow, no he hecho nada. ¿Cómo sabe la infraestructura que estoy allí? Pues tú dices sí y ya, ¡pam!, enchufas. Pero esto Esto ha afectado nuestro I+D desde el principio en base a poner al usuario en el foco, en el centro del diseño desde el principio, hacérselo muy fácil.
Muchísimas gracias. César, en Metalesa, ¿cómo hacéis esta aproximación al usuario en temas de señalización que vosotros trabajáis?
Bueno, aquí nosotros tenemos, como empresa de infraestructuras, no hay tanto una dificultad, como comentaba Elisa, de adopción o de migración, sino más de comprensión. En nuestro caso, el reto es conseguir conseguir demostrar que, como decía antes, la tecnología tiene un impacto real en la manera de conducir, en la manera de actuar por parte de los usuarios que van por la carretera o que van por las ciudades. Y ahí es donde yo diría que lo que hay que hacer es investigar. Es decir, tenemos las soluciones tecnológicas desarrolladas, hemos intentado pensar de qué manera pueden ser lo más, digamos, sí, útiles, de qué manera pueden generar ese impacto, pero luego hay que testarlo. Entonces, lo fundamental, y en ese sentido, pues, las administraciones tienen que dar ese paso adelante para que en el ámbito de las carreteras podamos aportar nuestras soluciones y testarlas, porque solamente testándolas en entornos reales o en laboratorios, si disponen de ellos, que también en muchas entidades, administraciones locales tienen living labs, laboratorios, testar de qué manera realmente están impactando a la manera de conducir, usándolas de diferentes maneras, usándolas con diferentes... Porque al final es algo que buscamos generar una modificación en la forma de actuar. Y no hay recetas mágicas. Es posible que incluso por regiones de España podría ser diferente, por zonas en función del tramo. Hay multitud de soluciones, hay que probarlas, hay que ensayarlas y tiene que, de alguna forma, las soluciones tienen que ser flexibles y versátiles para ser capaces de adaptarse a la realidad. Y luego la realidad será tozuda y lo mismo te tumba la solución. Y la solución resulta que necesitas readaptarla para reacondicionarla a lo que te dice el usuario final. Entonces yo creo que es un proceso iterativo en el cual hay que escuchar, hay que probar, hay que ensayar y hay que escuchar para adaptarlo al usuario y que realmente demuestre que tiene ese impacto que tú originalmente en el diseño has pensado. Y en nuestro caso estamos en esa fase de testarlo, y estamos en conversaciones con Ministerio de Transportes, con Comunidad de Madrid, Generalitat de Cataluña, Diputación de Valencia, y para verificar con pilotos toda esta idea, esta visión.
Muchas gracias, César. Josep, Factual, vosotros trabajáis mucho con datos y por lo tanto seguro que sabéis mucho de incentivos, de motivaciones de usuarios y de cómo manejarlos. ¿Qué pensáis en todo eso?
Sí, voy a conectar tu pregunta con algo que contabas ahora, ¿no? Hemos hablado bastante, o al menos yo, de movilidad sostenible. Hay un modo de movilidad que estaremos de acuerdo que es muy sostenible y muy saludable, que es ir en bicicleta, ¿no? Y afortunadamente está en la agenda política, ¿no?, promover la movilidad activa en bicicleta en concreto, y Madrid no es ninguna excepción, ¿no? Un factor que hasta ahora lo has abordado sobre todo tú, y que yo quiero también llevar a la discusión, ¿no?, porque desde nuestra perspectiva también es básico, es la sensación o la percepción de riesgo que desde el punto de vista de usuario tenemos, ¿no? Por ejemplo, cuando vamos en bicicleta, que ahí la percepción de sentirnos inseguros, ¿no? Somos más vulnerables cuando vamos en bicicleta porque ¿no?, nosotros somos el chasis del vehículo, ¿no? Con lo cual, si queremos, y es el tema de la mesa, ¿no?, promover que más usuarios se pasen, por ejemplo, a la movilidad activa en bicicleta, un factor necesario es que, uno, existan infraestructuras bien señalizadas, bien cómodas, ¿no?, para moverme en bicicleta, y eso tocaría la parte que hablábamos también, ¿no?, de la propia infraestructura, y luego que esta infraestructura no solo exista, sino que sea segura, ¿no? Y siendo así, existiendo infraestructura dedicada y fomentando que los usuarios la usen, puesto que se van a sentir, pues eso, ¿no? No van a tener la percepción de que les pueden atropellar o que pueden tener, ¿no?, algún tipo de conflicto con otros peatones y demás, ¿no? La micromovilidad está muy bien, pero de forma ordenada, ¿no? Nosotros, ¿qué hemos hecho en ese sentido? Hemos creado una solución que se llama Lane Patrol. Luego, si queréis, os cuento un poco más, pero básicamente lo que hacemos es aplicar una metodología internacional conocida como Cycle Wrap, es el estándar de facto de la industria de la seguridad vial en materia de micromovilidad, que básicamente nos permite codificar, sacar datos, ¿no?, de una infraestructura concreta que nosotros analizamos. Nos viene el encargo de un ayuntamiento de analizar aquellos kilómetros de carriles bici para ver qué tan seguros o inseguros son y identificar, en base a esta metodología, que insisto, no se basa en intuiciones ni en ideas preconcebidas, sino en un catálogo de atributos muy técnicos que nosotros medimos y que codificamos y que convertimos en datos, ¿no?, en KPIs. Pues eso nos permite mapear de forma muy detallada el nivel de seguridad o inseguridad que aquella infraestructura ciclista tiene, con un doble objetivo: informar a las personas usuarias de dónde hay que ir con más cuidado, porque hay intersecciones peligrosas, porque el pavimento está en peor estado, multitud de temas, ¿no?, informar, pero también, y eso es muy importante, actuar, ¿no?, que la autoridad competente, típicamente el ayuntamiento, de mantener aquella infraestructura ciclista, resuelva aquellos temas que son más urgentes, ¿no?, y que van a tener un impacto más inmediato y más tangible y más medible en menos conflictos, menos accidentes, ¿no?, menos siniestralidad, ¿no? Porque haciéndolo así, haciéndolo de forma muy rigurosa y muy científica, solo así las administraciones competentes sabrán dónde invertir, ¿no?, para que cada vez tengamos mejores infraestructuras y más personas se decidan a moverse en bicicleta, ¿no?
Lisa, ACS es una de las grandes empresas españolas y antes nos has contado los proyectos Skyports, Glidways. ¿Cuál es tu proyecto favorito?
Uy, eso es como decir a quién quieres más, a mamá o a papá.
Es difícil, es difícil.
No sé, yo creo, te tengo que decir que me gustan los dos y creo que cada uno, como venimos diciendo en este panel, que es sobre comportamiento de usuario y diseño centrado en el usuario, cada uno aporta unas soluciones a unos retos concretos. Pero Glidways, o sea, la mezcla de un transporte público, pero que además, como decía Josep, que sea un transporte que además es un transporte que no, o sea, es muy asequible, pero además te permite romper una de las grandes barreras que hasta ahora tenía el transporte público, que era la falta de control que tú tenías en tu trayecto. Es decir, tú tienes que ir al aeropuerto y al final muchas veces dices, me voy a coger un taxi o voy con mi propio coche porque si no, no sé cuánto me voy a tardar, yo tengo que salir a tal hora, etc. Pues esa posibilidad de mezclar tu control sobre tu tiempo y sobre tu trayecto con un transporte público y eficiente me parece maravilloso.
Muchas gracias, Elisa. Alexis, en PartHelp vosotros estáis en muchos países, tenéis muchas soluciones. Cuéntanos alguna que sea realmente interesante, alguna que sea realmente diferente de lo que hacéis.
Sí, tenemos una filial en Brasil, otra en Estados Unidos y distribuimos a 54. Más que contarte una en concreto, yo creo que lo que es muy interesante ahora mismo es que nosotros empezamos las Smart Cities 2009 y decidimos abandonarlas en el 2013, cuando los congresos hablan de qué es una Smart City, ¿no? y había mucho ruido y pocas veces poco negocio, aún poca concreción. Yo creo que desde entonces hemos seguido trabajando con la misma tecnología aplicada en otros ámbitos y hemos llegado a un punto en el que creemos haber roto las barreras una a una. La primera barrera de fiabilidad, primera barrera de confiar en la tecnología. La siguiente barrera de comunicaciones. Antes desplegar una solución en una ciudad era un reto enorme. Tenías que poner gateways, obra civil. Hoy en día sensores con SIM, van al cloud directo, muy fácil. La siguiente barrera, una barrera de inversión. Antes lo hablábamos, de los costes de las inversiones. Para facilitar todo esto ofrecemos soluciones con hardware as a service, con lo cual hay un retorno a la inversión desde el primer día y no hay que hacer una inversión enorme. Entonces yo creo que nuestro éxito está fundamentado en ir poco a poco, sabernos retirar a tiempo en el 2013 y volver en el 2021 a las Smart Cities, reforzados con todos los stoppers que teníamos de mercado, ir poniendo soluciones a cada uno de ellos que permitan desplegarlo en cualquier lugar. Y evidentemente personalizando, pero no hay recetas únicas, pero creo que esta es ha sido lo que hace cambiar la posibilidad de hacer proyectos Smart City hoy en día.
Muchísimas gracias, Alexis. Bueno, ya nos hemos pasado un poco de tiempo, ya llevamos 5 minutos más. Simplemente dar las gracias a todos los participantes, a César de Metalesa, a Josep de Factual, a Elisa de ACS y a Alexis de Parhelp por esta sesión que espero que os haya parecido muy interesante. Muchas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for coming here. This is the panel about AI, data, and digital twins, and we have two wonderful panelists. We have Sam Lee from Manchester, from the city of Manchester. He's the director of innovation there. And then we have Iñaki Olebarrieta from Tecnalia, one of the largest centers that we have in Spain for research and development. And we're going to talk about agents and so on. Please use your earphones, because if not, you are not going to hear anything, because this space is for earphones only. What we are going to do is, first, we are going to start with some presentations of our panelists, and then we're going to have a conversation. So, Sam, why don't you start with your presentation?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Yeah, sorry for the delay. That's mainly due to my slides, but today I just want to talk to you a little bit about kind of Greater Manchester as a region, the work we do, and how digital twin is going to feed into future policy decision making. So just a bit of background for colleagues and people. Greater Manchester is a rapidly growing kind of city region in the UK. It's got 2.8 million people. It's got a massive digital economy, and it's constantly growing. And this increase in demand, we need to look at different ways of satisfying it. It's not just about putting on more buses, building more roads. It's about new interventions and using data to help us inform those interventions. But the main problem we want to try and tackle as a region is around net zero, green, and decarbonisation, which got touched on earlier in the plenary at the start. But to get to that, we need to decarbonise our public transport and decarbonise our transport. And to achieve this, it requires us to shift people from driving at the moment 60% to a 50-50 split, a true modal split. But for us to do that, we need a good transport infrastructure, a good transport system. So what we're doing with Digital Twin at the moment is trying to consolidate all the demand data in a common place, ranging from connected vehicle data, data from our sensors in terms of IoT and AI cameras, to mobile phone data of people movement. Once we have this common view in real time of movement, we can start modeling different things using agent-based modeling and other tools that inform decisions, such as more time for pedestrians, or prioritize certain corridors for buses and cyclists and other modes to really help us achieve this 50-50 vision for the region. But to get to some of this, we require money, as all of us knows. Money is always quite challenging. So I just wanted to highlight this piece of work that the UK Department for Transport's done to look at the economic benefits that digital twin can build. And it's broken down actually into three key areas. One around digital twin can really support how we manage the network capacity, which is about vehicles, is about logistics, is about how we improve the operation for those. And so I touch on for us in the region, multimodal journey optimization. How do we get someone from their homes to the football in Manchester and home efficiently in the most optimal model? And other areas around freight and planned disruption and other works. We've now got an economic number associated with this piece of work, from this piece of work that we can use to feed into future pilots and trial. So I think the only other thing I wanted to say is it constitutes a 1.85 billion, in terms of potential benefit for UK as a region as a whole. So more work needs to be done, and we're now going to go into the stage of piloting, implementation, and testing these. We're still at the very early days around digital twin, because the word has come back around. It's been around for a long time. I'm keen on getting to a discussion with wider colleagues on it. But just final slide, this is the QR code for the report that's been published. I welcome kind of colleagues to kind of take a picture of it and scan it, download it, read it, and it'd be great to hear what you think about it as well. So yeah, that's me in Manchester.
Thank you so much, Sam. And Iñaki, maybe you can tell us, what do you do in Tecnalia? What are the new things that you're working on?
I need to wait a second.
Let me see if they change the presentation. Yeah, in Tecnalia we do many things. Among other things, there are groups that are doing research, a lot of research about autonomous vehicles, cybersecurity, also infrastructure to have all these digital twins that we are talking about. but I am going to focus on what we are doing in the what we call the Smart Mobility Lab, and we develop artificial intelligence tools that can later on go and be incorporated in a digital twin for improving the mobility, okay? So I like to divide or cluster the tools that we develop in Tecnalia in 3 different areas: the characterization tools, prediction tools, and optimization tools. And I want to give you just a few examples. I'm not going to enter into any detail on any one of them, unless you ask me. But so the characterization part is to figure out what is the situation of the city, what is going on in the mobility realm. And I like to start with this image that I saw of this map, because when I was a kid, if you show me this image, I didn't know what it meant. But nowadays, everybody knows that wherever the road is red, it's because it's busy and there are a lot of vehicles over there. You want to avoid the red ones, and you want to go through the green lines over there. Obviously, nowadays this is done using GPS data. This can be captured by the cell phones or by other devices put in the vehicles, and measuring what is the speed that you have, the mobile has, compared to the actual speed, the nominal speed of the road. So we developed this years ago, but now there are companies that are devoted to do this. Google, for instance, is the one that we always have in mind, but TomTom, for instance, switched their business from manufacturing devices in order to get this data. Nowadays, one of the main business parts for TomTom is like trying to get this type of data. Another way of characterization of the city is using another type of information coming also from the cell phones. These are called the CDRs, are called call detail records, and basically tells you, gives you what is the connectivity with the base stations within a city. And actually, you can trace how the people move from, in this case, is in the city of San Sebastián in the Basque Country. And we developed this for the city hall in order to figure out what are the flows of the city. And of course, Tecnalia, we don't actually have a provider, but we were using the main provider in the Basque Country, the data from Euskaltel. Another way of characterization, for instance, is coming from the bus system, from whenever you're in a lot of places, you only have to check your car when you jump into the bus, okay? But in this way, the bus company doesn't know where the user leaves the bus, and that can be solved by using techniques, artificial intelligence techniques, like the trip chaining method, and this is something that we have done recently in another European project. Also, you can actually follow individuals and trying to characterize what the individual mobility within the city also for a specific person. And we have to be careful, because in order to do that, you need to have the permission from the person, okay? Because this has a lot of legal repercussions. If we move to prediction, we actually have done in Tecnalia a lot related to prediction of the flow of traffic. Okay, this is an example for Madrid. Madrid has a lot of sensors all around the city. Yeah, you can see it over the map. And what we do is we connect the data that is coming from the sensors with other data, like the weather data, holidays data, calendar data, and even if Real Madrid is playing a game, I mean, again, football is coming into the conversation, because that actually has a lot of impact into the mobility, okay? This way, we can actually characterize what is the typical flow day by day. Different days of the week have different patterns, and we actually have done for all the different sensors within the city of Madrid. Something that is very important also in order for this prediction to be useful is to provide what is the confidence interval that we also have techniques. We have developed techniques in order to obtain what is the confidence in our predictions. Finally, and coming back to the agent-based simulations, okay, we have the simulations, and these are also very important. One of the reasons the simulations are very important is because this kind of methods allows you to answer what-if questions. What if we change the city? What if we do modification in the road network? The previous methods that I was talking about, they are not able to answer them, but these ones, the agent-based simulations, they can do it, and they are very powerful. Of course, they also need a lot of data. You have to support a lot of data to the contour and how the agents behave in order to obtain the results. Finally, what everybody wants is to optimize. We want to optimize our cities, and a lot of companies, they want to optimize the revenue they have, okay? So we also do in Tecnalia, we develop methods in order to do optimization. In this case that I am showing you right now is the typical vehicle routing problem. You know, we have to deliver to different places. And why Tecnalia is developing these tools? Because every company that I talk to, they have different rules, okay? And they come to me and they tell me, oh, but I know there are a lot of different optimizers in the market, but none of them fit actually my needs. So in Tecnalia, we do this custom made for a lot of customers. Another thing that we do is we actually do optimization of routes for special vehicles. For instance, the one that I am showing you right here is an optimization of vehicles that can do platooning. That implies that you get a big improvement if they go just one after the another. That complicates a lot the problem of routing, okay? Because you can imagine that for every location of one of the vehicles in one location, you could have the other one all over the map. So it is, instead of routing in a typical 2D plane, it's like routing in a 4-dimensional plane. And that is only for two wagons. If you have more in the platoon, the problem scales. I mean, this is called the curse of dimensionality. We also do custom-made optimizations for routes using the public transportation systems for multimodal traveling within the city. And finally, whenever you go to a place, you most likely want to do a task or do something in that locations. And if we also can take into account the period of the length of the task that you are going to do in each of the locations. Any of these tools that I have told you about, or many of them at least, can go or should go into a digital twin. So this is just an example of a few of them. And I think that's all.
Well, thank you so much, Iñaki. Lots of things that you are doing in Tecnalia. Let's focus first on digital twins. Digital twins have been used mostly for urban planning, for mobility. They have been used a lot for tracking congestion and predicting predicting also the level of pollution that you have in cities. These have been the typical uses of digital twins so far, and so on. What do you think are the less known uses or the opportunities that are still left in digital twins to approach cities in a different way, beyond mobility, urban planning, pollution, all this kind of, which is the typical stuff?
Shall I go first? Yeah. I think digital twin, as you say, the word's been around a while. It's nothing new, and same with data and big data. As we're coming back full circle. I think what's interesting now is with all these twins, there is a federation kind of component when you look beyond the transport sector. So one of the things we're looking at within kind of Transport for Greater Manchester is everybody's looking at electrification. What is the energy demand and where that's going to come from? So we've started to look at energy twins from an operational perspective, but also from an investment perspective. Where should we be building these charging infrastructures? Where should we be building our generation infrastructure from solar to wind? And then should we be building batteries to support some of those operations? And when you start building that in terms of bringing in energy system from people's homes and everything else, you're moving back into the word smart cities. Yep. So energy, I would say, is a growth sector that we should be looking more at, but there's a range of other applications around digital infrastructure building and really how we map people's behavior long term, considering privacy and GDPR's kind of the key component.
Yeah, so when I listen to this question, I mean, what is left? There's a lot of things left to include. And one of the things, I mean, I was seeing on, I don't know, in a place around here, there's a helicopter, a small helicopter around, and I think new modes of transportation that are coming. Also in Tecnalia, we are in the process of develop a taxi drone, is called. Also, we are involved in that, and that is going to open a new way of moving within the city. So that kind of things, and also, for instance, the platooning vehicles that I was talking about before, also, all that has to be taken into account in the digital twin, and there's still a lot of work to do in that.
Mm-hmm.
So.
One more interesting question is, mobility has changed a lot during the pandemic. Mobility changed completely, and then kind of working from home was reinvented. And then everybody was working from home. Now the pandemic's over, so we go back to work, but not completely. We are in the verge of a new revolution, that is the autonomous self-driving revolution, not only for cars, but also for trucks, also for small mobile vehicles that can transport things from A to B, and so on. And this will reinvent cities, completely. Cities will be absolutely different. What are the opportunities that we can have there in terms of the data collected, how we can take advantage of this data, how can we use not only digital twins, but also agents and in this new world that is coming?
I mean, I think this is going to be a real revolution. What you are talking about, I come in thinking about, because especially if you combine the autonomous vehicle with the car sharing concept and the carpooling concept, I mean, basically, for instance, in my case, I basically use the car like for maybe like half an hour a day. Yeah. And the rest of the time, my car is parked on the street. Okay, so if we mix the autonomous car with the carpooling or car sharing concept, and with a huge optimization program or system, digital twin, I don't know how to call it, that is going to I don't know, optimize how all this sharing is happening, we probably can have, I don't know, maybe 5% of the cars. Yeah. We are going to solve the parking problem. We are going to solve well, I don't know if the pollution, but I mean, obviously it's going to be electric, it's going to be more efficient. I mean, I think there's going to be a huge revolution for sure, yeah?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think from a region perspective is really interesting because autonomous vehicle provides two opportunities for digital twin. First is all these vehicles that are moving around your network, that's a new sensor. All the data that they're going to capture, that's going to provide you road condition, fly tipping, all sorts of other insights that historically you would have to physically deploy or get a person to survey. So how do we incorporate that data set in a standardized way to new twins? So that's opportunity number one. The other side of it is how we influence the operation of autonomous vehicles. We've seen the impact of shared mobility and micromobility on all our cities and where they go. Autonomous vehicle is going to be the first mode that we can actually tell where they can actually go. So we need an effective digital twin to set the rules of the different corridors, for the rules of the different areas. And you can start putting things like speed limits and dedicated corridors for autonomous vehicle to operate, or slow corridors. So there's loads of opportunity in that space. And I think the challenge for things like this is, how do we translate policy and kind of strategy into digital rule sets, setting those algorithms in a way that it works not just for the operation, but we can capture the actual impact that these services will have.
Oh, that's great. Well, one of the interesting characteristics of this new world is the ability to compress time and space. I mean, if you have transportation 24/7, all the time, on demand, without any problem, then distance becomes shorter. And the city becomes redefined, because the city is no longer the city, but the metro area or beyond the metro area. And this brings new opportunities and also new challenges in terms of managing the data, managing the mobility, the transportation, defining centers, new challenges for urban planning. How do you see all the incorporation of digital twins or AI data into this new concept of city region that is going to come?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to increase the city, right? Like our event horizon is going to be huge in some sense.
Yeah.
I mean, and the way of moving is going to, I mean, the city is going to change, but the size and our social network, like the real one, not the virtual one, is going to grow probably.
Yeah, so I think there's a challenging one. There's still a lot of work around education. Like, a lot of public sector in the UK is raising that awareness and understanding what the art of the possible is, so that we go out and seek these solutions and utilize it. I think sometimes we need to remember transport is a problem because of poor spatial planning.
Yep.
And I think things like Digital Twin have a way to help us consolidate all that data, really understand people's motivations, and start building housing and kind of home provisions in a different way to reduce some of the transport challenges, but also consider transport in a different context. You know, we talked a lot about people movement, but logistic post-COVID is now a big factor. How do you design infrastructure to support logistic operations? You know, that beyond just your vans on the roads, we're starting to see massive amount of cargo using bike lanes that are historically for people. How do we increase that capacity, you know, once we start getting congested?
Yeah.
So more work to do in terms of visualizing that data and getting political stakeholders to really understand the benefit it brings.
Yeah, let's go into this direction. I mean, cities are not built in days or weeks. You need decades or even more to build cities. So how can we translate this urgency and this new vision of how the city is going to be transformed to politicians, authorities, urban plannings, in order to think not of the city of today or the city of the past, but of the city of the future?
I mean, if I have a magic crystal ball, that'll be great. I think it has to start off with getting the foundation right. I think over the years we've just built and not collect the information and the data. There's not a common point in terms of where we are at right now. And I think that has to be a starting point to really understand where we're at. And then when we do build new things, we capture the data, and for that data to feed into future simulations and say, hey, we've done this here, this is the impact, this is the benefit that is brought to the citizens of this region. You know, this is all data driven, it's all connected. I think that would then tell the story of what impacts it brings people, and be able to articulate it on a map to our politicians and everybody else, that the benefit it brings.
Yeah, Iñaki, what do you think? Because the Basque Country is, in a way, all this type of fabric that is very interconnected around, that now will be better connected.
Yeah, for sure, it's going to be better connected. Well, I mean, just the fast train arriving to the Basque Country will be great in the next few years. But yeah, no, I think like doing this in the right way is important. And in order to do that, I think that they have to put the citizen and the user, or I mean, the people have to be in the center of the whole thing. Without forgetting about making money, because I mean, a lot of the companies also need to use the network and the mobility in order to do business. And that we shouldn't forget about that. So.
Yeah. Let's go into this direction. We talk a lot about technology, about how the new frontiers in technology is going to open and create new cities and new opportunities, how distance will be reduced, how the advantage of the huge metropolis will be reduced because the 15-minute city will be 15 minutes with a self-driving car, not walking. So it will be a different 15 minutes and so on. What about citizens? How do we put citizens in all this fabric, in all this idea of digital twins and so on?
There has to be a change in how a lot of people think about mobility, right? For instance, my father, he needed to own a car, and nowadays, I mean, we have to think more in terms of mobility as a service. What they say is, I just want to get from A to B. I don't need to own a car in order to do that. And today, and especially in the next future, we are going to have many ways. So we were talking about before, car sharing is going to be huge, and carpooling, of course. This kind of paradigms are going to, and we need to change and accept that, I mean, we are going to move in a different way, not like my father or grandparents used to do it.
Yeah.
So that's really important.
So I think this is an ongoing challenge because for us in Manchester, we've got a lot of legacy, right? And a lot of built-up city have legacy. You know, we're not like China where we can just build a brand new city. And I think there's that aspect of, as I mentioned, you know, getting the foundation of the data we have, and then getting the data from citizens, and then start evolving the city region kind of bit by bit through either demonstration, through simulations. But when you touch on kind of things like the 15-minute concept, I think the concept has gone at different things, you know, and I think for people, they just want seamless access to services. You know, they don't really care about what's called, you know, they just want that seamless access. And I think it's how we digitize those motivations into translatable policy decisions and what those bits look like. And we just got to start doing it more. And I guess the key point I want to get to is we're not building things for 20 years anymore. Like before, we would be buying a train and it's last 20 years. Now it's so rapid. We need to be modular with the way we develop stuff. We need to be able to adapt to the next crisis or resilience or rapid social change, and have a city region that, you know, we can adapt and change modularly, not just in the transport perspective, from a spatial planning perspective. But for us to do that, we need the data and the foundation to support a lot of this.
That's fantastic. Let's go into this direction for the final question. This kind of technology allows many futures. It allows public transportation, want on demand, or it allows also private transportation with many companies fighting with each other and so on, and everything in between. There is not a single future determined by the technology. There are many possible futures. It's a society, it's up to society to decide which one of these millions of potential futures. How can we make the society more aware that, well, it has to be the decision?
Shall I go first?
Sure.
The problem with the things we do, and this is my personal view, is when it works, you don't see it.
Yeah.
It disappears in the very fabric. And that's really difficult. And I think for us to measure success, it has to be that. But underneath it all, we should have metrics that are quantifiable and being able to measure those impacts that break. So I think we need to modernize things like journey times, congestions, all those metrics that we measure historically to something that's more human and more tangible to the citizens and public.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a different question. I mean, which of the future is the society going to choose? I don't know. I only hope it is the good one.
What is the good one?
I don't know.
Chinese is good. Okay, thank you so much. We are already at 30, and thank you so much to everybody, to all of you, for attending this session. And thank you again to our panelists, Iñaki and Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Me fui mucho antes de eso.
Ah, mira, se nos quedó que se nos oye. Creo yo. Pero es que lo que nos para de dar vueltas.
Me
¿no?
fui con un cliente, con Centerbridge.
¿Solo?
Podríamos
¿Esto
sentar
no
aquí.
se puede más bajo todavía? No, ¿no?
No.
Me resulta hasta alto.
Yo creo que ha llegado al
Yo me fui con cliente en 2014.
Con Habitat, ¿no?
Con Centerbridge. Fui a actuar con Centerbridge Partners.
Ostras.
Muy divertido. Y ahora estoy con Bain Capital, que es el accionista en Habitat. O sea que llevo con fondos desde 2014 que es una forma de
Bueno,
trabajar.
yo no sé, el consejo lo hacemos allí. Casi siempre, mira.
Se aprende.
Mira, 12, ¿no? Que es el...
Pero vienen, ¿eh?
Vienen.
Las juntas las hacen en el aeropuerto, pero los consejos en TENIAS 12.
Entretenidos.
Ahora hicieron una.
Entre otras
cosas. Es que es un sector tan bonito y la empresa es
¿Cómo lo hicieron?
maravillosa. O sea, es
Son
maravillosa.
buenos.
Es un consejo
También
que,
está
vamos,
mucho en créditos.
Me parece...
Mucho en el sector de NPLs también.
¿Y yo? ¿Me escucho a mí misma?
Sí. Buenas tardes. Yo miraré a Ramón. Nos han dicho que puede ser en castellano porque es en streaming y hay una traducción. Si alguien no lo entiende, pasamos al inglés o mantenemos en castellano. ¿Sí? Perfecto. Bueno, la sesión de hoy es cómo gestionar la agenda de innovación dentro de un consejo, dentro de los consejos de administración. Los consejos son múltiples en base del tipo de empresa, están las cotizadas, que son las que todos tenemos en la cabeza, también están las medianas, familiares, pequeñas, pymes, startups, y todas tienen algún tipo de consejo de administración, ¿no? Y la agenda de innovación se lleva de distintas maneras. Para esto tenemos 3 expertos que nos van a hablar de este tema y contestar algunas preguntas. Empezaremos por Bárbara Sotomayor. Son currículums tan largos que tengo que tener una chuleta. Empieza en Uría, donde está muchos años, en la parte de mercantil. Luego, muy conectada con el mundo inmobiliario, directora general y secretaria del Consejo de Hábitat Inmobiliaria. Y hoy está como consejera de la Mutualidad de la Abogacía, donde lidera además, casualmente, la Comisión de Tecnología y Transformación Digital. Gracias, Bárbara.
Es así.
Siguiente, a mi derecha, Cori González Izquierdo, que yo creo que es de las carreras más internacionales que podemos tener en este momento en España. Ha sido consejera del Ministerio de Economía, consejera delegada del ICEX, Senior Operation Officer del World Bank en Washington. Ha vivido y trabajado en Estados Unidos, África, voy a evitar decir los países, Irak, China y Japón. Ha sido consejera de UNOSA, CEDETI, OMIE, CECE y AENA, y en la actualidad es consejera de AENA, donde además dirige y preside el Comité de Sostenibilidad y el de Nombramientos, Remuneración y Gobernanza.
Soy parte de sostenibilidad. No
parte de sostenibilidad, sí. Pero llevas el de nombramientos, sí. ¿No?
Y yo soy directora general legal y compliance, por aclarar.
Es verdad. Es que si lo leo entero me como los 20 minutos.
A inglés.
So after the introduction of Bárbara and Cori, let's move forward to our next speaker, Domingo Ureña. He's a true expert in the aviation industry. He has worked in manufacturing, in process improvement, industrial strategy, working for CASA, Airbus, Eurofighter, EDS, Defense, to later go more into the startup environment, and now as operating partner of TICO, an asset management company.
Yes, really.
So thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
So as we were saying, the agenda of innovation in big corporations, in listed companies, we've seen a trend mostly since COVID, where the non-executive directors and the directors have been much more into the spotlight. And asking them not only for compliance, not only for meeting the regulation, but also for being more agile, faster, and responding to the market trends, to the needs of the market. We've seen today, if we look at the IBEX, that 43% of the companies, at least, I thought it was bigger to be honest, the number, but it's just 43 that have someone competent in digital, and only like 6 will have 3. It's true that from 2024, we've seen the Sustainability Commission being created from 13 to 42% of the companies having today this committee. So it's been very fast to the natural pace. And then there's, again, the traditional strategy and technology commission. So having you, the first question would be, how open do you think that the boards today are to consider innovation, to embrace this type of discussion within the board? Whoever starts.
You go. Yes.
Okay, let's start. The first thing, as well as you mentioned some numbers, I read, I think in the few weeks ago, that only 20% of the board have someone in innovation. So, in practical way, means that the board look like more focused on regulations and how to pass, all these boards rather than to thinking in the future. For me, it's very clear that you don't think at the board level together with the management team in innovation, your company future is questionable, or they're going to be down step by step. So innovation, it means what? It means that the member of the board, they need to be more involved inside of the company. They need to have much more time to discuss with the people, and even more to prospect the market and what should be the future solutions to continue supporting the company or the growth of the company. Unfortunately, I feel with the numbers that we have today, that is not the case. And especially in Spain, I think we have lack of people, innovative or experienced people supporting at the board level innovation, which, by the way, is the future.
Any other vision, a bit less realistic and...
No, you go. No, you go.
Let's take, well, a bit realistic as well. If we take, for instance, the example of innovation is a very broad concept, obviously, but if we take into, for instance, the concept of generative artificial intelligence, no, we all know that ChatGPT was launched 2 years ago in November 22, and within 2 months they had 100 million users. The Harvard Law Forum on Corporate Governance, I'm going to give some numbers as well, published in June, I believe, a study, the results of a study carried by Deloitte, saying that to date, 45% of the 500 board members and C-suite executives that they had interviewed in over 50 countries across 4 continents, 45% of them said that generative AI was never a topic in the agenda of the boards at the board level. 46 thought apparently that things had to change. 3% said that their company was already fit to deploy further generative artificial intelligence, but around 40% thought their company was not fit for this. So I think, yeah, I mean, we have excellent examples of companies doing their homework and doing it very well, but there is a gap between the doing and the wanting to do, no? And this takes really, this is very demanding, yeah? If we think, for instance, of what President Kennedy said, I think it was 1962, when he said at Rice University, we choose to go to the moon in this decade. And that was really an ambitious goal, but he also said, we choose to do it not because it's easy, but because it's hard, and because we have a solid plan. And that's what companies need, I think, to get there. Yeah, I side with Domingo.
So, Cory. Oh, sorry, Barbara.
Yeah, so I agree that as of today, it is still a challenge to put in the agenda because the boards are already fully loaded with meeting all their regulatory obligations. First of all, I mean, in terms of sustainability of corporate governance and, of course, of the mere financial aspects that you need to cover as well, obviously, in any board. So unless you create a specific delegated commissions that can put a focus exclusively into innovation and specifically into digital transformation, it is very complex to dedicate sufficient time in for this topic, I think.
So after this very realistic view of the situation today, and this is one of the biggest frustration of when you interview and when you do board assessment, that there's not enough time dedicated. There's this recent study from LSE. This says that 90% of the board members say that there's not enough time dedicated. So you all are board members. You're in a listed company. Company belong to one of the most prestigious funds, and you in asset management. How do you trigger this discussion? How would you trigger that this is within the agenda? Is this achievable? Who would you ask? Who are the key stakeholders?
The forcing to change. So it's not a question if it's is feasible or not feasible. Innovation in the companies is a daily job. Innovation for future is a must. So radically, I will confirm, we need to change the board. We need to have board, first of all, more professionals in the different areas that we need to treat in the board. We need to have those people more involved, I will not say on a daily basis, but in the biggest chapters of the board, like nominations, regulation, but as well market. What is the market? How we can explore new market. And as well, the innovation is the future. So no company can be sustainable in the next 10, 15 years without innovation, without maybe questioning what is the goals of the company today and how it's going to change. So it's a must. It's not questionable that if we can leave or not. We die if we don't do it.
Any other?
Well, I think I'm lucky to sit at the board of a company which takes very good care of innovation, and financial results are showing it. And if I had to identify the key points that has made it succeed, it's probably innovation at the board level, I'm talking, of course. Innovation has been included in the board agenda, and it has been included at the strategic level. And there have been specific sessions about the innovation strategy in order to make enough room for discussion. Second, it's been taken into account in the governance structure. Right now we have a committee which takes care, has a subcommittee focusing on innovation. Then I think there is a lot of effort which goes into fostering the, so to say, innovation literacy of board members. We do have a very serious collective learning plan about these topics. We don't become experts in each technology, but we are supposed to have the capacity to ask questions about second, third, fourth tier implications. Then another issue has been to establish a dialogue with the main stakeholders, consumers for sure, but staff and for sure regulators, because as Barbara was mentioning, this is becoming a huge issue. It's of course been taken care of in the risk control systems by the audit committee, both internal risks and external risks, and always keeping in mind that probably, as Domingo was pointing out, the worst risk, the biggest risk is not doing anything about innovation.
Yeah.
Then it's a very specific issue in finance, making sure we have enough capital allowance. And then two aspects which are like cross-sectoral, I would say. One is that And this is very true. There is a culture at the boardroom of, so to say, a penalty-free discussion. I mean, you feel free to challenge long-held beliefs or to simply say, I don't understand this, can you please explain it further? And then there has been also the cross-sectoral issue of ethics, because some of these innovations, especially those concerning AI and data, have all these implications about neutrality and transparency and non-discrimination.
We have followed a very similar approach, and we also have a specific committee of ethics associated with artificial intelligence that tests all the implications of new tools that we intend to implement for new products or for new internal services as well. And to include this in the agenda of the board, what we have done is, this forms part of our strategic plan, but since 2018, I would say. So we have a digitalization chapter, and we have changed also the internal governance top-down in the company so that we have a digital committee that involves people from different areas in the company, so as to ensure that you can innovate more quickly, be more agile in the incorporation of new products, that it can be tested through a pilot, and if it doesn't work, you can easily change it in real time. And also to deploy adequate resources, as you said, we have a very big chapter for this topic, and specifically for cybersecurity, of course.
I think that you brought very good points, and that takes us to the question that, well, there's a thin line on the role of the board in supervision, in approval, and making sure and looking for the interest of the shareholders and getting into the leadership of the company. So at the end, either you need to have the right CEO and the right board. Because otherwise, if the board interferes too much and it creates too many committees and is the one providing the ideas, maybe you don't have the right CEO. But in your vision, given what you have just said, should the mix or the composition of the boards be revisited? Or the profile, or being more visionary as?
I think the board and the CEO and the CFO, which is maybe the major players in a company, need to be chosen very carefully, extremely carefully, because those guys is going to drive the company for a while. So in one side you have the regulation. I think all agree that there are too many, too much. It should be easy. We cut by 2 the old regulations and leave the board and the CEO to manage the company in a more proper way with enough time to take decisions and bring the company to the future. Certainly the board members or the president of the board and the CEO need too much. And this is matching from time to time is difficult. If you start like this, I think the board is going to be difficult with the CEO or vice versa. I don't think so. It's a question of interference between the board and the CEO or below the CEO. It's a question to have clear as a team where you can add value. Certainly you don't add value, you interfere. If you add value, you help to the full team to succeed with the company. So it's very critical, the member of the board and how they can add value. The CEO, you nominate the CEO as the coach, or somewhere of the old people. So if you have a coach that it doesn't match with the president and the board members, you have a problem. So this is one of the key elements. It does work. I don't think so. The interference between the board members in specific issues that they can help to the CEO, the operation of the company, the future of the company is an interference. In the other side, is a great support to drive the company to the goals that they fix by the board. So I will take it in a positive way. Okay. This thing is key. So let's focus in team, in selection the team, and please take away a lot of regulation that we have.
There we all agree.
Barbara?
In my mind, I mean, the way I see it, innovation will likely come from the management team. I mean, the board's role is to support it, to supervise it, to ensure that they have the adequate tools and that we have the adequate resources, both financially and, of course, we have the talent to do so. But it is definitely more the CEO than the board itself to bring innovation into the company, because the experts should be really on the day-to-day management of the company, I think.
I fully agree with Domingo and Barbara. I think I could only add that, yeah, of course, the board's role, like, yeah, promoting and sometimes supervising innovation results should be alongside the strategic lines, but never micromanaging the projects or deciding exactly which kind of technologies. For instance, I don't know, like supporting, for instance, open innovation programs where the company allies with the startups. That's something done at AENA, for instance. There is one call every year, and then with the winners, sometimes even they're quite new startups, but AENA gives them up to a 2 million euros contract to develop together certain technologies, or for instance, alliances with others in some sectors, not only at the airport sector, for instance, in the mining sector for metals as well. Competition is not as, the key is not how airport operators or some mining companies, for instance, compete with each other, but they collaborate a lot when it comes to technology, and so, because actually developing the technology and achieving higher cost efficiencies in the benefit of them all. So, for instance, there is a very large alliance between AENA and another 10 airport operators, and they are all pushing at the same time for certain technologies and artificial intelligence developments in all the airports. And then I think something important without micromanaging is trying to have a close contact with management, but not only with the CIO or the Chief Technology Officer, but across the pyramid and the line, because in different areas, even in the legal area, for instance, or the finance area, where I come from, you can have good innovation systems in place.
We follow similar approach as you guys. We have what we call a hackathon annually. We hold it annually, and it's true that we have found that for some of the artificial intelligence solutions, especially for software rather than for hardware, where we really go to the core providers, the big ones such as Microsoft, for skills related to software, we have been more successful with the InsurTech, with startups that come along usually on a very collaborative way and are more keen to develop new programs with the specific needs that we have. So it's true that it's, I think, something very specific of the technology sector.
It is, and they are very flexible usually.
Yeah.
So we've talked about the board and we've talked about the CEO. The CEO has to be, I don't know who has to be the visionary. It depends on the company and depends. But this takes us to another role that more and more is taking much more level of influence or supervision or more thought, is the role of the chairman or chairwoman of the company. How do you see this playing, or how important it is for you, and what difference have you seen in companies depending on how the chairman has played his role?
The chairman of the board, for me, is like orchestra director. Okay, they have the board, they have the goals, they have the market, and at the end of the day, they need to play with all of them. Certainly, a respectful person with a lot of experience, and more than a directive person, is more like a leader gluing the rest of the team together by focus what is the goal that we have in the company now and in the future. So to have a strong, certainly you have from time to time, SpaceX, for example, it looks like that they have a very strong chairman, okay, and other companies. Well, we don't have these many chairmen in this way, but we have a very good chairman. But these guys, for me, they have a clear vision where the company should be, and the point is incentivize the rest of the team working together to achieve those goals. That is how I see it. I am a believer of teams, not believer of the individuals, and these guys, they need to play in all those people and the targets of the company. So it's more a coach, big coach, with a clear vision where they want to go with the company.
I think in Spain sometimes we don't always have in Spain, at least in my experience, this figure of a chairman as different from the CEO, chairman of the board, different from the CEO.
Although it's coming.
Although it's coming, yeah. And quite often we do have a lead director who somehow plays the role of the chairman. And yeah, I totally agree with Domingo. I mean, I think it's very important that they have this kind of authority which derives from some kind of recognition or seniority. Depending on the personality of the CEO and the management team, I think part of the role is definitely to discuss with other board members, especially with independent directors. Usually they hold periodic meetings, and sometimes really to challenge a bit, even the core of the strategy during the strategic meetings. I see the role when the company is not moving probably so fast in certain domains as a challenging respectfully. I would add that to what Domingo said, challenging management.
Yeah, it depends very much also when it comes to executive chairmen or non-executive positions. So depending on that. And also financial institutions usually have a much more powerful role of a chairman, whilst in others, the chairman sometimes is more a position within the board with a more representative role rather than executive position. But it has a very powerful tool. The chairman is the one who fixes the agenda and who directs the discussions within the board. So it is indeed very, very relevant, and also for the relationship with the independent directors, as you pointed out.
Yeah, that's just.
And he's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, he's in the driver's seat.
He leads the board.
He leads the board, definitely.
He's in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
So we found a solution. You need an excellent chairman, extraordinary diverse board, and the best CEO available. So I think that we're running out of time, but since this is the last presentation, we can have like one or two questions in case you guys want. Juncal.
Well, first of all, thanks for being here today, and thanks for your time. It's been very enlightening. I would like to ask you, not in a precise order, or any of you can answer the question. How do you foresee the impact that innovation is having in the P&L of the companies for new companies, future companies? I mean, do you think this weight of innovation in the board is going to be different when we have companies that are like OpenAI in 2 years, thanks to innovation, they are the champions? Do you foresee there's going to be like two worlds, one of the usual companies, corporations that have been there for 20 years, and the ones that really need innovation to survive in the composition of their boards?
You go.
It will be only one type of companies, the one they succeed.
Yeah.
And certainly we will need IA, we need to evolve in the different areas. I cannot imagine today those two type of companies. I think all of us, we have a very clear way, which is technological way. We need to innovate, yes or yes. More of the traditional companies that we know today, or that we quote as a traditional companies, they will change or they will die. It's no choice. And the innovative companies, or what we call today these guys, which is only AI and very much oriented, today we have 1,000 and they will become maybe 500 in the future. So it's a life of companies, but certainly or you innovate or you die. And only one type of company, profitable.
Sustainable.
And sustainable.
Economically sustainable as well.
Yeah, no, I would agree. The reason, I mean, it will be not only innovating, but being first to innovate and being the smartest one and having the talent inside your company to ensure that you do it properly. But it is a need for any sector. You will see it in any other sector. Yeah.
I think, not surprisingly, along those lines, McKinsey published recently a studies where they had actually come to the conclusion, which is common sense, by the way, that those companies that have already in their DNA the innovation are proving to be much more successful in adopting AI, open AI, generative AI systems. Yeah, that's a lot of it has to do with the culture, and innovation is definitely a must. No?
We don't do it, someone will do it.
I would say that clearly there's new competencies to look at the board members. Clearly, they have to be visionary, they have to be bolder. There are many aspects that till now it's been seen negative that should be added for the future. But this reminds me like 10 years ago when the chairman of Goldman Sachs was asked regarding cybersecurity. And he said, well, there are two types of companies, those that have been attacked and those that still, those that have not found out that they've been attacked. Yeah. So, innovation and technology is affecting all the companies, and either you embrace it or, man, you're going to die.
Yeah.
I have a question which is around, well, it's more a statement, and see if you share this statement. I think one of the problems we have is the way we select board members to date is based on experience and not on capabilities. We talk about competency matrix. Those are not competency matrix, experience matrices. If we change the way we select people, this is not related to the board and the body of the board and what it means to a board of directors. It's related to the people that conform the bodies. And we need to change the people. So I'm radically against the way we are selecting board members in the Spanish market, in general in the European markets. They are fully related to regulatory instructions. 1 out of 2.5 are financial people because they need to chair the audit committee. Half of two are ESG, so known experts that don't know anything about ESG. And then we have the training that Cory was talking about. It's good to have training to the board members, but I wish I had board members that already know what they need to do, because it's good to create the awareness, to create some judgment. But it's not only about experience and knowledge, it's about capabilities. And disruption is a fundamental competency of a human being. You are or you are not disruptive. So let's change the system and then we'll have innovation in the boards.
Es un challenge, ¿cómo encontrar a los disruptive?
Hi, can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you for your comments. I'd like to go back to what you were saying, and I think you've touched on few of the points regarding composition of board members and capabilities, and going back to this, which I think links on how to select board members. And I think, would you go in probably not a company that its goal is innovation. I'd say just a general company, any company. Would you go for someone in the board that actually is very innovative, and then, because obviously you can go for one specialist for each thing, one specialist in, I don't know, regulation, another one ESG, another one XXX, and then they work in silos? Or would you go for general managers that are disruptive? Or how would you, if you've worked in several boards, how do you work better to actually foster innovation? Which one of the models, or is it a hybrid?
Yeah, well, building on what Domingo was saying, I think first of all, and what Ramon was saying, I think diversity is key. But sometimes I have the feeling that when we talk about diversity, we think about gender diversity, but diversity is a much wider concept. So we need diversity at the competence matrix. We need, of course, I think every board nowadays needs to have somebody who is technology savvy and a few members of that. I think age in terms of diversity is also very important, and sometimes, depending on the companies, countries or continents of origin and backgrounds and so on. So I think that's a key element. And I think another key element is to bring, we were discussing before, it is bringing in the innovation factor when at the remuneration, human resources, compensation committees, we draft the succession plans. I mean, we have to make sure that innovation is in the pipeline for the next current, but also next CEO and management top rank executives. So I would go probably for a hybrid model in those companies where, I mean, they are not focused on the latest savvy technology.
Thank you.
I would say that it has to be balanced. One of the things that we are missing in some boards today is understanding and knowledge of the industry. And honestly, I think that there has to be enough knowledge and experience, not dinosaurs, but yes, a modern vision and experience, recent CEOs, people who really can bring, touch on the feet on the industry. And then the rest should bring the challenge, the vision, the ideas, and many other industries that can be applied. But again, sometimes you go to the extreme and you have a flashy board with bankers and people from Google and so on. So, but at the end, the knowledge of the industry is only held on 2-3 people that they belong to the family or they belong to the, so they don't get challenged properly. No, I don't know if we. Okay, one last one.
El micrófono.
¿Hay una pregunta? Gracias.
Which is considered your main opportunity for a limitation for countries in Iberoamerica?
Limitation.
Which is considered your main opportunity and limitation for Iberoamerica in the innovation? ¿Cuál es la principal limitación y oportunidad que considera que tiene Iberoamérica para innovar? Gracias.
My first answer is the same that we have here. No difference. As far as we have people, competencies, and capacities, there's no difference. I don't see more or less limitations or more or less capacity here or there. So, no, I don't see any limitation or the same limitation that we have. Maybe you have a chance, you are less regulated than us, so you can do better.
Not really, probably not. They're based in our regulations, so highly unlikely. They mirror ours.
Just answer you. I think the board innovation in the board. I think that we need to look for competencies, people that really have competencies. And from time to time, and somewhat, you say before, we are much more focused on how we can implement a very nice rounded board rather than the competencies that we need in the board. In the other side, I think everybody, each of us can be innovative. And from time to time, the only thing that we need to do is to hear everybody in a constructive way and in the sense that how you can put in a positive way and generate innovation. So that was a little bit my comment to you.
Yeah. I think also and that applies because we see very successful companies coming from Latin America in many sectors, increasingly here investing in Spain. And also what Diego was saying and what I experience at the board where I'm sitting at currently, where we have excellent experts both in technology and in the sector. Sector knowledge, I agree, is also fundamental. And you have in the construction sectors, in some telecoms sectors, in some infrastructure sectors, retail, you have good leaders.
Banking.
Yeah.
I would say that the problem with Latin America is that when we are so similar, and the problems you guys have, it's just playing home. For us and for you guys to come down here is the same, it's playing home. I had the chance to live for some years in Asia. That's a different place. That's a different population. That's a different community. The regulation is much lower, believe it or not. Still, most of the independent directors are nominated by the chairman, which is what? Yes, this is Singapore, for example. But I would say that we are facing the same issues, the same problems, and we are falling a little bit behind the big players, to be honest. So thank you very much.
Thanks to
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
And I think it's been very interesting. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.